Hello, word nerds. Welcome to the dictionary. Welcome to the dictionary. This is the podcast where I'm reading the entire dictionary eventually. I guess I can't technically say that because I haven't read the whole thing yet. But I am working on it. I am Spencer. I am hosting this. Sometimes there are guests. We have such a good time learning all of these words. And this episode is all about determining things. We're going to talk about that in the next episode as well. It's a lot. There's not a lot of words in this episode, is what I'm trying to say. The first of these not many words is determinant. determinant. Noun from 1686. Number 1. An element that identifies or determines the nature of something, or that fixes or conditions an outcome. There's a thing, and it says what is going to happen next. Is that what this is? It determines the nature of something or the condition of the outcome. The determinant determines the future. That's kind of blows my mind. No, but it's true. What's an example? I'm not sure. Let's read number 2. Ooh, number 2 is very long. Holy Moses! Okay, number 2, a square array. Oh, this is math. A square array of numbers bordered on the left and right by a vertical line and having a value equal to the algebraic sum of all possible products where the number of factors in each product is the same as the number of rows or columns. Each factor in a given product is taken from a different row and column, and the sign of a product is positive or negative depending upon whether the number of permutations necessary to place the indices representing each factor's position in its row or column in the order of the natural numbers is odd or even. And I am not even going to attempt to fully understand what that was, but there's like a box and there's rows and columns of numbers, and that's all you need to know, I think. Number 3, the synonym is gene. Gene. This is the thing inside your body that determines what you are going to be like physically. There could be a gene mutation that says you're going to have this sort of thing. It's going to tell you what color your eyes are going to be, your hair color, your skin complexion color, your height, your all of these things, your physical structure. That's what it is. It's a determinant. It determines what you're going to be like. And this is one of the huge factors that literally determine what your life is going to be like. This is something I think about. There's your physical surroundings, that where you grow up, the people who affect you, who affect your personality, but it all kind of stems from, or a lot of it also stems from, your genes. You get the sperm and the egg from your parents, and whatever that combination is determines what you are physically going to be like. And to a very large degree, I have realized that will determine a lot of your personality, in addition to the people you're around and physically where you are and all those things. It's a really, really fascinating thing to look at of, I look like this, so I am going to be like this, and my future is going to be like this. Now, these are not things that we think about when we're kids. We may not even think about them when we're older, but I think if you look back at your life, you can say, and this, trust me, this is really, really obvious to certain people in the world. Not necessarily something that I've had to think about. But if you look back, you're like, oh, okay, my life is like this because of how I am physically. It's just a huge part of who you become. That's one of the big things. Okay, number 4 for determinant. The synonym is, I guess you would pronounce it epitope, but it could be a typopy? A typopy. It's not a typopy. Could it be a typopy? I don't think it's a typopy. I think it's epitope. Epitopy. No, it's got to be epitope. I don't know what it is, clearly. Determinantal. Determinantal is an adjective. That is a funny word. Okay, we have to move to another one that also has quite a lot to say about it. Oh, and the sound effect shall be woo. The next word is determinate. Now, it is not determinate because that would be a verb. This is determinate, adjective from the 14th century. 1. Having defined limits, as in a determinate period of time. This podcast is not in a determinate period of time. It typically ends up being between 25 and 30 minutes when I'm just talking by myself, which is most of the time. But when we have a guest, it takes a lot longer, and there's no strict time limit that we're trying to get into. Number 2, definitely settled, as in a determinate order of precedence. It's got to be in that order of things, and we have predetermined it. 3, conclusively determined. The synonym is definitive. Definitive, as in a determinate answer. I think most people would probably use definitive instead of determinate, but, I guess some people would say determinate. It has been determined. It is definite. It's determinate. Number 4, this one is also very long, and this I'm going to assume that, well, maybe not. Okay, determinate number 4, characterized by sequential flowering from the central or uppermost bud to the lateral or basal buds. Also, this is where it gets long, characterized by growth in which the main stem ends in an inflorescence and stops growing with only branches from the main stem having further and similarly restricted growth, as in determinate tomato plants. And it says compare to the number 4 definition for indeterminate, which I guess is another plant-related thing, and it must be the opposite. Does it keep on growing? Okay, what is it? It's this sequential flowering. So there's a thing that grows, and then the next thing grows. I'm sure it's not that complicated. So there's growth from the main stem, and then I guess it just means that other branches, the things grow from the branches from the main stem. Yeah, we're gonna say that's what it is. 5. Relating to being or undergoing egg cleavage, in which each division irreversibly separates portions of the zygote with specific potencies for further development. Okay, something about the egg splitting and splitting and splitting and splitting and splitting. Undergoing egg. I don't understand this. Each division irreversibly separates portions of the zygote with specific potencies for further development. So it's one thing. I mean, obviously the cell divides over and over again, but is it saying that it can't go back? It can't go backwards, so it has to keep on developing. Maybe that's what it's saying. I'm not sure. I might have to put some information in the show notes for this one, the egg thing, and then the last one, the plant thing. Notes in the show notes. Notes in the show description, information in the show notes. Determinately is an adverb, and determinateness is a noun. Speaking of the show notes, as you probably know, because most of you are probably regular listeners, there's a lot of information in there of how you can contact me if you want to in any way, or just say what you got to say. There was an episode that aired. I think it was the one I listened to today, either November 9th or 10th. I made a mistake. It was the episode with the word designer, and I said the word was designee, the one who is designated to a thing, and then I said the next word is the opposite. But it wasn't. I was very wrong about that. The next word was designer, but if it was the opposite, it would have been designator. And I don't think I corrected myself because I didn't realize it until just now. So I'm going to have to put a thing in the show notes to update that. It should be updated by the time you're hearing this. Okay, that was everything for determinate. The sound effect was something like... I can't remember. Determination. Noun from the 14th century. This is another long one. There's a bunch of definitions. 1A. A judicial decision settling and ending a controversy. So there's a problem. People is fighting. Then the judge makes a decision, and it's a determination. He determines the end of the controversy, saying this person won and that person lost, or you both lost, or whatever it is. It's a determination that has been determined. The judge has spoken. 1B, the resolving of a question by argument or reasoning. So it doesn't have to be a judge involved. If you're fighting with your friend or your family member or some other person that starts with a f sound, Frank, family, friends, or Frank. If you're arguing and then you come up with if you've resolved your conflict, that is a determination. Number 2 is archaic, and the synonym is termination. And the word that we're talking about here is determination. So I guess they didn't like it without the DE, and the old English people changed it from termination to determination. 3A, the act of deciding definitely and firmly. Also, the result of such an act of decision. It's all about deciding things. That was 3A. Here's 3B. Firm or fixed intention to achieve a desired end, as in a woman of great courage and determination. She is determined to do whatever she wants to do. She has a fixed intention, and she has an end that she desires, so she is going to go out into the world and get it with courage and determination. 4. A fixing or finding of the position, magnitude, value, or character of something, as, for A, the act, process, or result of an accurate measurement. It's the measurement has been determined. It is a determination. I really don't like the fact that when I try to re-explain these in another way, I just keep on using the same words. The act or process results from an accurate measurement. Yeah, you get it. It's fine. I don't need to explain all of them. 4B, an identification of the taxonomic position of a plant or animal. It's been identified. The plant or animal has been identified. We know where to put it on that taxonomic chart of family and genus and all those things. And yeah, you're determining where it goes. So that's why it's a determination. 5A, the definition of a concept in logic by its essential constituents. Logic. Logic is a thing. 5B, the addition of a differentia to a concept to limit its denotation. And I think this one might be also related to logic because I didn't understand it. 6, directions or tendency to a certain end. The synonym is impulsion. Impulsion. What is it? Direction or tendency to a certain end. Yeah, I guess I just think about it again. It's like, okay, you're determined to do this thing, to go in this direction, so if you go in that direction and do that thing, then that is the that is the determination. 7. The fixation of the destiny of undifferentiated embryonic tissue. And that one must be related to the number 5 from the word determinate, because it's all about an embryo. Okay. That's it for that one. Next one. Determinative or determinative. Adjective from 1655. Having power or tendency to determine. But then there's more. Tending to fix, settle, or define something. As in, regard experiments as determinative of the principles from which deductions could be made. And that is a quote from S.F. Mason. S.F. Mason. There is a synonym. It is the word conclusive. So if we change the quote to have the word conclusive, it says, regard experiments as conclusive of the principles from which deductions could be made. So, just conclusive evidence. You have some solid information, so you can deduce from that very good, very wonderful information. Determinative is also a noun. Trying to think if there's anything else to say about this one. Trying to wrap my brain around it a little bit. The power to determine. Defining something. Yep, that's it. The next word. This is a fun word, kind of. It's determinator. It's literally determinator. But it is a noun from 1556, and the synonym is just determiner, which is going to be in the next episode. So we used to say determinator, but they changed it at some point to just be determiner. The one who is doing the determining, probably, or the thing that is doing the determining. But I do love the fact that it's the old word is determinator. I did just watch, my wife and I just watched Terminator 2 Judgment Day a few days ago, and I had not seen it for so many years, and both of us had seen it quite a bit when we were younger, and it is so good, so good. I appreciated so many things about it this time around that I just never, because I'm older, and I'm wiser, and I'm smarter, and funnier, and just better all around. But I just looked at it in a different way. So, also, I looked at it with a whole lot of nostalgia too, because it's just a good movie. It's so well done. Hey, let's move on to the last word in this episode. Determine. Determine. Verb from the 14th century. We are starting with transitive. 1A. To fix conclusively or authoritatively, as in determine national policy. That's what the politicians get to do, to determine national policy. What are you going to do? Do something good. 1B. To decide by judicial sentence, as in determine a plea. We talked about that before. The judge gets to say what happens. 1C. To settle or decide by choice of alternatives or possibilities, as in trying to determine the best time to go. When is the best time to go? Do you want to get there earlier, or do you want to not sit in traffic? If you leave now, you may have to sit in traffic, but you will probably get there earlier. If you leave later, you won't maybe have to sit through traffic, but you will get there later. What is the best time to go? Maybe you're going to travel to another place, and you need to determine, okay, maybe you don't want to be there with a lot of other tourists, so you have to go during the slow season, or maybe there's a specific thing that you want to see. Maybe you're going to go to Japan or DC and see the those things, those the trees. They only bloom for like a short period of time, and it looks so pretty. Are they the cherry blossoms? I think they're the cherry blossoms. So you got to determine, you got to go at a very specific time for that. 1D, the synonym is resolve, as in, she determined to do better. Good for her. She resolved. She came to the final decision that she would do better in just that thing that she's thinking about. 2A, to fix the form, position, or character of beforehand. So beforehand, you're fixing the form, position, or character of a thing. The synonym is ordain, and it's not fixing. It's not broken and you're fixing it. This is to determine the form. You are choosing it. You are making it fixed. That's a way to say that. As in the example, 2 points determine a straight line. You make a point, you make another point, you draw a line between the points, it is a straight line, and it has been determined beforehand by where you put those dots. 2B, to bring about as a result. The synonym is regulate, as in, demand determines the price. If there's a lot of demand, the price goes up. If there's not a lot of demand, the price goes down. Result, regulate, yep. 3A, to fix the boundaries of. Yep, it's just, hey, the boundary's there and there and there, and we have determined it. It is now fixed in time and space and in the law books until another group of politicians comes in, and then they change it and they gerrymander it, they redline it, and they have been determined again. 3B, to limit in extent or scope. 3C, to put or set an end to, and the synonym is terminate. Terminate or terminate? This is a verb, so it's probably terminate, as in determine an estate. So yeah, if you're putting an end to a thing, you are definitely terminating it. The Terminator put an end to things until he came back and did the opposite. Put or set an end to, determine an estate. So I have not heard that phrase before, but I guess the estate is done. Maybe all the stuff has been given away to the people. I guess it is. Maybe there's a different context for that. Or maybe the estate, I don't know. Number 4, to find out or come to a decision about by investigation, reasoning, or calculation, as in, determine the answer to the problem. Maybe it's multiple choice, and you're like, well, I know it's not B, and I know it's not D, so that leaves A and C. So can I determine the answer from those? And maybe I can use my powers of being smart and figure it out. You're investigating, reasoning, or calculating. Oh, there is another example. Determine a position at sea. This one is very complicated. You need to use maybe the stars, the longitude, and the latitude. Like if your GPS breaks, you need to know how to determine where you are and where you go to get where you want to be if you're going somewhere. So yeah, having a machine, one of those old tools, a sextant, to look at the stars. If the stars are visible, look where the moon is, and then maybe you can figure out where you are. The fact that people figured that out just blows my mind. 5, for the transitive verb for determine, to bring about the determination of, as in, determine the fate of a cell. Here is intransitive. 1, to come to a decision. 2, to come to an end or become void. And yeah, terminate, terminator, that's all part of the etymology for this, which we actually will talk about in a second. A couple more synonyms are the word decide and discover. Okay, etymology. And this is the same etymology that's you could probably put to the previous words: determinator, determinative, determination, determinate, determinant, and even the next couple of words in the next episode. So it says, from the Latin determinare, which is from de, plus terminare, which means to limit, which is from the word terminus, which means boundary or limit, and there's more at the word term. So when you determine a thing, you have ended the discussion, you have ended the process of elimination, whatever it is, you've ended that first part, and now you have determined, you have chosen its path. What is it? Where is it going to be? It's all done. It's ended. Just like this episode. I got to pick one of these, don't I? Determinant. Yes. Determinate. No, determinate. Determination. Determinative. Determinator. And determine. I mean, determine is the word that all these stem from, but I have to pick determinator as the word of the episode because it is just a fun word for someone of my generation. Yeah. Determinator, 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 determinator. This doesn't have to have other words than that. That's fine. This episode has been determined. It's determinate, determination. We did determination, and I'm the determinator. This has been Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye. Hello, word nerds. Welcome to the dictionary. I would sure love it if you could rate and review this show. Just go do that. Send it to a friend or an enemy. Of course, the rating and the reviewing should happen on Apple Podcasts and maybe some other places. Talk about whatever you want to talk about, but click those 5 stars, baby. What else? Email dictionarypod@gmail.com. If you want to email me, you can go to Twitter or Instagram is @dictionarypod. Go over there, see what I post, comment, make other posts, and tag me and send me a DM. My personal stuff is @speedjampar. Speaking of that, TikTok is also @speedjampar, and there are a handful of dictionary-related TikToks over there. I should probably do another one soon. And there's a Google Voice number if you want to call and leave a message, 917-727-5757. And what else? Merchandise. Don't you want to put this podcast's logo on a shirt or a thing? You really do want that. So go do that. The link is in the show notes. There's also, this is on YouTube. I have some other videos on YouTube that you can watch. I think that's it. Every once in a while, maybe, I think it's every week, I put an ad at the end of the show. Patreon. If you are on Patreon, you are not going to hear the ads. There's only one a week at this moment. So that's a good reason to go to Patreon, in addition to getting episodes really early. But the ads are for some podcasts that my friends have. So go check out those podcasts. And maybe if you're a podcaster and you want to do an ad swap, we can do that. And maybe a guest spot, we can swap those. That would be fun. Let's do more of that. All right, I think it's time to talk about the words in this episode. Determined is the first word. DETERMINED. Adjective from 1513. 1. Having reached a decision, firmly resolved, as in determined to be a pilot. This person really wanted to be a pilot, and so they finally reached the decision to go to classes and to learn to become a pilot. That would be kind of fun. 2A, showing determination, as in a determined effort. You're really trying. If you're doing a determined effort, you've got a lot of determination. You really want to get this thing done, or do it right, or do a good job, whatever it is. 2B, characterized by determination, as in, will deter all but the most determined thief. And that is a quote from Security World. Must be some sort of publication because it's in italics. And it's also called Security World. So what are they talking about? A safe, a security system, or something? Maybe there's an alarm, a light, something's going to go off, and everybody else is going to be, they're going to go away. They're going to be deterred to go away, but the people, the thieves, who are really, really determined, they will not be deterred. We talked about the word deter. Yep. It's like, I don't want to do that. I'm deterred. I'm going to go away. I'm going to go to another place that doesn't have such a security system. But I think it must be related. I mean, it's talking about frightening, but yeah, I do think that deter and determine, they start with the same first letters, so I think that they would be related somehow. They must be. Okay, find my place again. Determinedly, or determinedly, that is an adverb, and determinedness. Determinedness. That is very hard to say because you have an N sound before and after the T, the D. Determinedness. That's a noun. Okay, sound effect time. What are we going to do? We're going to do... The next word is determiner. It's spelled deter minor. Determiner. Noun from circa 1530. One that determines. As the synonym is the word gene, which we saw in the previous episode. A thing that determines how your body is going to go. It is a determiner or also a determinant. B for determiner. A word as an article, possessive, demonstrative, or quantifier that makes specific the denotation of a noun phrase. So this word makes specific the denotation of a noun phrase. What is a noun phrase? It's a phrase with a noun? I'm sure it's not that complicated, but it just doesn't track in my brain. So it'd be great if they put an example of what a sentence might be like, or the specific word. But it's an article, so I think the is an article. That determines a thing. Possessive, that determines who owns the thing. Demonstrative, that determines how the thing is used or something. And then quantifier, so what is that like? There's 5 apples. 5 would be the quantifier. That might not be exactly correct. That's literally about quantity. No, it doesn't quantify. I can't really think of an example, but I think that's close enough. The next word, determinism. Noun from 1846, 1A, a theory or doctrine that acts of the will, occurrences in nature, or social or psychological phenomena are casually determined by preceding events or natural laws. And I don't know if I read that wrong or if it's just worded weird. A theory or doctrine that acts of the will. Okay, so it's a theory or doctrine, and there are some things, which I will reread in a moment. There are these things that are casually determined by events that happen before them, or just natural laws also determine them. So what are these things? Acts of the will. So I choose to do a thing, and that will determine the outcome. There are occurrences in nature, so that's so many things. A tornado is occurrence in nature. That will determine the future of the land that the tornado went through. Or social or psychological phenomena. So just some things that happen in the brain. They determine are casually determined. Oh, so is this the opposite? That those are determined? Well, either way, it still kind of works. That those acts of the will, you choose to do a thing because of what happened before. Occurrences in nature, like a tornado, that happened because of something that happened before. Or the social or psychological phenomena, those are things that happened before, things that affected people's psychology. So yeah, this makes sense to me, determinism, because I have seen so many examples of, and you can't really deny it, cause and effect. There's a thing that happens, and then another thing happens. And this can infinitely go in both directions. The cause of a thing is also probably the effect of a previous cause, which is the effect of a previous cause, which is the effect of a previous cause, and vice versa. The effect of the cause could be the cause of the next effect, which could be the cause of the next effect. So yeah, determinism. This makes a lot of sense to me. Maybe it does to you too. When I do a thing, another thing happens. I don't know. Maybe there's more to it. Maybe we should put a link in the show notes. 1B, a belief in predestination. And that means that everything is predetermined. I think that there is something behind that. I believe that there might be some scientific evidence that talks about that, especially some quantum stuff, which is hard to understand. But yeah, it's a fascinating topic. Number 2, the quality or state of being determined. Determinist is a noun or adjective, probably one who believes in predestination or just the stuff about things being determined. Deterministic is an adjective, and deterministically is an adverb. The next word, deterrence. 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 Yeah. Noun from 1861. The act or process of deterring. We talked about that briefly. Was it this episode or the previous one? To deter is to turn aside, discourage, prevent from acting, inhibiting. So deterrence is the act or process of deterring, as A, the inhibition of criminal behavior by fear, especially by punishment. Scared straight. Maybe you put the fear of God. You really, really scare somebody that if they're going to keep on going down this criminal path, that maybe something real bad might happen to them, like, jail and other bad things. And so by using fear, you are deterring them from what they're doing. And that is deterrence. B, the maintenance of military power for the purpose of discouraging attack. So you're like, hey, I got a big military. That makes you afraid. Don't come over here. The next word, deterrent. Adjective from 1829. 1, serving to deter, as in a deterrent effect. The military power has a deterrent effect. 2, relating to deterrence, as in a deterrent view of punishment. So I guess that means that your view of punishment is to scare the pants out of somebody, and that's how you punish them. Deterrent is a noun. Deterrently is an adverb, and that's it for that. And all of this fear stuff makes sense because the word deter is from terre, which means to frighten, and there's more at the word terror. So it's all about being scared. The next word, detersive or detersive, Adjective from 1586. This synonym is detergent. And it's just a cleaning agent. Is that what it is? A detersive? Detersive is also a noun. So this says that it is from the Latin verb detergere, which I'm trying to see. Detergent doesn't actually have etymology, but deterge does. So that's from detergere, which is the same as this one, and that means to deterge. Now, but this one, wait a minute. I think they just didn't put all the information. To deterge, but tergere means to wipe, so deterge must be to cleanse, because that's what deterge means. I don't think it's a word that gets used much these days. Next. Detest. This is a transitive verb from circa 1535. 1. To feel intense and often violent antipathy toward. The synonym is loathe. I am antipathetic and antipathic in a violent way. I just detest, I hate, I just feel so nasty, gross about whatever this is that we're talking about. Loathe, I loathe it. Is there anything I detest? Yeah. I detest closed-mindedness and hatred. I hate hatred. Number 2 is obsolete. The synonyms are curse and denounce. Another synonym, which I guess is not obsolete, is the word hate. Yep, that's not obsolete. Curse and denounce. Those are obsolete. I denounce the thing that I detest. Detester is a noun. The etymology, it is from the Latin detestari, which literally means to curse while calling a deity to witness. So you're calling a god to witness something, to witness what you're about to do, to be a witness in a trial, but you're also cursing. I'm not sure what this means. It's also from de plus testari, which means to call to witness. So call to witness, testify, that makes sense. But I guess if you put the DE in the front, you are cursing while you are calling specifically a deity to witness. There's more at the word testament. That's an interesting word. And the number 2 is obsolete, and curse is in there, so that makes sense. But then how did it become loathing? Loathing and hating. I guess if you curse something, you loathe it, more than likely. The next word, detestable. Adjective from the 15th century, arousing or meriting intense dislike. Synonym is abominable. It's a thing. People don't like it. It's detestable. It's very easy to be detested because it is detestable. I don't think the abominable snowman is detestable. It's just maybe big and stinky. Detestableness is a noun, and detestably is an adverb. The next word is detestation. Noun from the 15th century. 1. Extreme hatred or dislike. Synonyms are abhorrence and loathing. Detestation. I have such a detestation for closed-mindedness. It is kind of funny that it's... Well, no, I guess not. Anyway, number 2, an object of hatred or contempt. So you can have detestation for a detestation. A thing can be a detestation if it is detested. Next word, dethrone, or just dethrone. Transitive verb from 1609. To remove from a throne or place of power or prominence, as in dethrone a king, also as in trying to dethrone the champion. Dethronement is a noun, and dethroner is also a noun. The champion is sitting on the metaphorical throne because they are the king or queen, they are the monarch, they are the one who's controlling all the stuff, they're the best, everybody loves them because they are the champion. They are the champion, dethrone all the champions. And yeah, this one's pretty obvious. They sit on a throne, and then you take them off the throne. Unthrone, I think, would be another fun word. The next word is detick. Yeah, like a tick that bites you and sucks your blood and gets in your skin. D-E-T-I-C-K. Transitive verb from 1925. To remove ticks from. And deticker is a noun. Don't think I have ever needed a deticker because I don't think I've ever had ticks on me, so no deticking for me. I hope your ticker is good, because if not, we might have to deticker you and replace your ticker with another ticker. The next word. Detinue. Detinue. D-E-T-I-N-U-E. Noun from the 15th century. 1. A common law action for the recovery of a personal chattel wrongfully detained or of its value. For the recovery of a personal chattel, is that just like stuff you got? Personal chattel wrongfully detained. So, what if are the police detaining this personal chattel, and if they did it in a wrongful way, then you can take your common law action against them, and it's a detinue? Number 2, detention of something due, especially the unlawful detention of a personal chattel from another. I don't know. I guess if you're a neighbor and you borrow a bunch of stuff from your neighbor, like Homer's borrowing a bunch of stuff from Ned and never returns it, and so would that be unlawful detention? He's put it in detention is in his own garage, but it belongs in Flanders's garage. So that is a detinue, maybe? Not sure. This is from Anglo-French, detenue, which means detention. From, let's see, what is this? Anglo-French, the verb detenir, which means to detain. So it's just about holding stuff, maybe in a wrongful way. Next. D-E-T-N, abbreviation for 1, detention, 2, determination. Next. Detonable. Detonable. Adjective from 1884. Capable of being detonated. Detonability is a noun. If you change the letter, it would be the detonability. Is that how can the nobility be blown up? Be detonated specifically? I think many things are detonable if you put some C4 explosive thing on it. We have one more word for this episode. Detonate. Detonate. D-E-T-O-N-A-T-E. Verb from 1729, starting with intransitive. To explode with sudden violence. Detonate. That's That's a detonate. That's explode with sudden violence. I was just watching earlier today a video from the Slow-Mo guys on YouTube. One of the few YouTube channels that I actually will watch their videos fairly soon after they are posted. And they have lots and lots of detonations. Now we're already on transitive. Number 1, to cause, to detonate, as in detonate a bomb. It says compare to the word deflagrate. Deflagrate. I guess it's, would that be similar or opposite? I don't remember. I read it. I can't remember. Let's see. Deflagrate is a great word. Deflagrate, we're gonna find it in this book. Okay, deflagrate. Burning down. Yeah, it says compared to detonate 1. To cause to deflagrate is deflagrate. But that's not helpful. To burn rapidly with intense heat and sparks being given off. Oh, yes, I remember. I think I talked about the Bob's Burgers movie. So, yeah, they're definitely related. 2, to set off in a burst of activity. The synonym is spark, as in programs that detonated controversies. These programs, they started off lots of activity. They were like the catalyst that made all this controversy start, or controversy. Detonatable. Now, wait a minute. Detonatable, that's different than detonable. That was the previous word, detonable. But then here's this word, detonatable. That is an adjective. And detonative. Detonative is also an adjective. The words that we had today, they were in this episode. I will read them to you. Determined, determiner, determinism, deterrence, deterrent, detersive, detest, detestable, detestation, dethrone, detic, detenue, detn, detonable, and detonate. I think I'm going to have to pick determinism as the word of the episode, just because I feel like I've gotten to a place where this is just about what I believe. I still waver on this. There's two sides to this, sort of. They're related, but there's the theory or doctrine that acts as the will, occurrences, nature, or social, psychological phenomena are causally, I think I said casually before. No, that's not the word. Causally, there's a cause, causally determined by preceding events or natural laws. This makes sense because it's just a fact. There's a cause and effect. We talked about that. But then there's also the belief in predestination, which I do think I believe, but I don't know if I want to believe it or I don't know. I mean, there's just proof both sides. Anyway, I don't need to talk about it a whole lot, but I do find it fascinating. And overall, I guess I am a determinist, maybe. Determinism is really complicated, but it's really not complicated because these are terrible songs, bad songs. Let's start a new song. Should we do that? Okay. Determinism. It's when a thing happens and then another thing happens. It's determinism. That is going to be the end of the episode, but real quick, I will say that I had an amazing, amazing experience at the Music Box a few nights ago. 2 nights ago, Sharon and I went to see Clerks 3. Kevin Smith was on a tour, touring this movie around in theaters around the country, and okay. I'll try and be quick about this, but it was just a really incredible night. To be real brief about this, we were able to get in a small group of people before the movie started with him. We had to join his club. It's like a Patreon thing. Speaking of, you should join my Patreon. The link's in the show notes. And you had to join the thing, and then he recorded a video for one of his podcasts, and we were in it, and I was literally inches away from him. I was standing next to him, and then a few of us got to stay back real quick and got to talk to him briefly, get a picture, get an autograph. We had a couple of gifts for him because he's vegan. We had a couple of vegan things for him, and we talked about the movie that we were producing. And like, oh my God, he's such a nice man and funny. And then we watched the movie, and it's just wonderful. Clerks 3, never saw Clerks 2. Don't know how that happened, but I got to watch Clerks 2. But Clerks 3 is great. Very, very personal movie for him, like a lot of his movies. And then he did a Q&A, which probably lasted 2 hours. And I just loved everything he said and how nice of a person he is. And much, much respect. I already liked him, but goddamn, I like him even more now. Maybe I would love to get him on the podcast for the word director, which is actually not that far from now. I don't know if that's going to happen, but I'll see what I can do. Probably won't happen. Anyway, we got to end this episode. Thank you very much for listening to this. Go tell your friends, tell all the people you know, post about it, do all those things. And until next time, this is Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye. Hello, word nerds. Welcome to the dictionary. We are at the top of page 341. I am Spencer. This is the podcast where I read the words and the definitions and the etymology and the synonyms in this book very slowly, and hopefully we have a little bit of fun. I know I'm not a comedian. I'm not the most entertaining person in the world, but I hope it's at least semi-entertaining, more than the letter A was, where I was just reading this straight and had no fun whatsoever. Let's have some fun. The first word in this episode is detonation. Detonation. D-E-T-O-N-A-T-I-O-N. Noun from 1686. 1. The action or process of detonating. Number 2. Rapid combustion in an internal combustion engine that results in knocking. What sort of knocking is this? I guess when the pistons are going, maybe that's considered the knocking. I don't know. It's a technical engine car thing term. But yeah, there's a lot of explosions that are happening because the gas is combustible and then it gets lit by the thing, and then that's what makes the engine go. And it sounds like this. The next word is detonator. Detonator. There's an O-R at the end. It is a noun from 1822. A device or small quantity of explosive used for detonating a high explosive. So the thing that makes this happen, maybe it's you press down that sort of T-bar, or you hit a button, or you flip a switch. That thing is the detonator, or maybe there's another little device that's attached to the explosive. Probably not that. It's usually just a wire, I think. Or just the stuff that makes it explode. That's also called a detonator. Yeah, I mentioned the Slow-Mo Guys YouTube channel, I think, in the previous episode. So if you want to see some stuff blow up and detonate in slow motion, go check out their channel. The next word is detour. You could also pronounce it detour. Never heard it pronounced that way. Detour. I say detour. This is the first form, noun from 1738. A deviation from a direct course or the usual procedure, especially a roundabout way temporarily replacing part of a route. I have come across so many of these in my life. You think that you're going to be able to go down the road that you want to go, and then you get there and it's blocked off for some reason. It's a very sad thing. Oh, now I got to go away. Sometimes if they're doing work on a highway, they will suggest a detour, but sometimes you don't have to take the detour. They're just trying to minimize the traffic in the construction zone or whatever. There was one time, we were traveling in Iceland. I think this was 4 years ago, and we were trying to get to our Airbnb, and we came up to a bridge, and the bridge was closed, and that was the only way we knew how to go. So luckily, technology, we have phones and GPS and stuff, so we were able to reroute another way. But it was like, what are we supposed to do now? We thought this was the only way. We had to go way out of our way to get there, but we figured it out. And I would not survive if it weren't for GPS and maps. Yep, that's a detour. You got to go away from where you want to go and come back another way. I think that's about that. This is French, which is probably why some people pronounce it detour, because that sounds kind of French. That means, well, Old French, also destour, although they may not say the S, and that is from destourner, which means to divert. So that's literally what a detour is. You are diverting away from the regular route, the normal route, the quickest route. That word, destourner, is from des or day plus tourner, which means to turn. And there's more at the word turn. So, I think divert and turn are very similar. If you're diverting away, you're probably turning away. So I don't know what the DE exactly does, but now you know that detour basically means turn or divert. The next word is the second form of detour. This is a verb from 1836, starting with intransitive, which is to proceed by a detour, as in detour around road construction. And here is transitive. 1. To send by a circuitous route. So in the one context, the first one, I think you are the one who's taking the detour. But in the transitive context, you are sending someone else to go on a detour, to send by a circuitous route, as in detour traffic around an accident. So maybe a cop is doing this or some other person. Number 2, to avoid by going around. And the synonym is bypass. So I guess in that context, you are still the one who's doing the detouring. The example there is detour an accident site. Yeah. You gotta detour around things using a detour. The next word. Detox. We've heard a lot about this word in the last probably 20 years. I don't think it quite is what people think it is. Not that the word isn't what people think it is, but the way that people use it. They're like, oh, you can detox your system doing this thing. That's not really true, I've heard. But, it's still a word, and we have to reread it, or we have to read it and talk about it. So detox is a noun. Oh, you can emphasize either syllable, detox or detox. Noun from 1973. 1. Detoxification from an intoxicating or addictive substance, as in a detox clinic. People go to the clinic. Maybe they've been drinking too much and they need to detox their body from the alcohol, or there are lots of other things. And it's because your body is physically addicted to this substance, your body really freaks out in these situations. When you are detoxing your system, you are getting rid of the toxins in your body. And your body doesn't like that because it likes the toxins. But your body will do much better without the toxins. 2. A detox program or facility, as in spent 1 week in detox. Detox is also a verb. So yeah. What do we have to say about this? They say that you can detox by drinking a certain thing for a certain amount of days, or only eating this or something, and then it's going to get rid of the stuff in your body. I mean, I'm not so sure if a lot of that is true. Maybe we'll put some information in the show notes if we find something good. But yeah, just use that word with caution is what I'll say. The next word, detoxicate. Detoxicate, yes. This is a verb from 1867, and you are right to be confused because we don't really use this. It doesn't say that it's archaic or obsolete, but the first definition is the number one definition for detoxify, and the number two definition is the number two definition for the word detoxify, which will be the next word. Detoxicant is a noun, and detoxication, that is also a noun. It is from de plus intoxicate. So they took off the in from intoxicate, which would be putting the toxins in your body, and then they replaced it with the de, so that's removing the toxins from the body. But for some reason, they decided to not use that word and instead use this word, detoxify. This is a transitive verb from circa 1905. 1a, to remove a harmful substance or the effect of such from. Okay. Or the effect of such from. So the removing of the harmful substance, like a poison or a toxin, or the effects of removing the harmful substance would also be, I guess, the detoxify. 1b, to render harmless. And the example of what you are rendering harmless is a harmful substance. 2, to free from an intoxicating or an addictive substance in the body, or from dependence on or addiction to such a substance. And the example of what you are freeing is a drug user or an alcoholic. So you're freeing a drug user or an alcoholic from the intoxicating or addictive substance in the body or the dependence on that substance. Number 3, so by the way, 1 and 2, those were the definitions for 1 and 2 for detoxicate. Same thing. Number 3 for detoxify, it is the number 2 definition for the word neutralize. Detoxification is a noun. No etymology because we already know that it's, toxification and toxify and stuff like that. The next word is detract or detract. Verb from the 15th century, starting with transitive. Number 1 is archaic. To speak ill of. To speak ill of is detract. Maybe the etymology will explain a bit more about why that is what that is and maybe why it's archaic. Number 2 is also archaic, and it means to take away. Detract, to take away. Number 3, the synonym is divert, and that's definitely the one that I think of when I think of the word detract, because I don't live in archaic times. As in, detract attention. Let's divert the attention from over there to over here so we can confuse everybody and then go do something while they're distracted, detracted, and diverted. There is an intransitive definition: to diminish the importance, value, or effectiveness of something. And this is often used with the word from, as in, small errors that do not seriously detract from the book. So I guess the book has errors, and maybe they're slight spelling errors or grammatical errors, but they're small enough that people can still enjoy the book. Maybe not everybody. Maybe there will still be some people who can't enjoy it because they just can't get past those small errors. Detractor is a noun. Maybe there's a tractor that's leading people away, diverting them. I don't know. I don't know where I was going with that one, but I want to see a detractor. A detractor beam. This is from the Latin verb detrahere, which means to pull down or disparage, from de plus trahere, which means to draw. Probably not literally draw with your hand. It's probably like like when you draw a gun, pull it out, yeah. So if we look at number 1 and 2, to speak ill of, I'm not seeing a connection. Oh, I guess disparage. Yeah, that's to speak ill of. And then number 2 is to take away. Pull down is kind of like take away. Yeah, interesting. Mostly we just use it to divert. Next. Detraction. Noun from the 14th century. 1. A lessening of reputation or esteem, especially by envious, malicious, or petty criticism. Synonyms are belittling and disparagement. So there's disparage again for this word detraction or detract. And you're lessening their reputation because you're giving petty criticism, you're envious, you're malicious. But this is a noun. So the act of lessening the reputation by all of those means is detraction. You are detracting, distracting, diverting people's attention away from one person or thing to something else, but specifically because of, criticism, belittling, disparagement, for those reasons. Number 2, a taking away. So it kind of seems like number 1 and 2 for detract kind of became 1 and 2 for detraction. That's what I think. So number 2 is a taking away, as in, it is no detraction from its dignity or prestige. And that is a quote from J.F. Golay, Golay. It is no detraction from its dignity or prestige. So, why do these people have to talk in such a way from all these olden days? Not like I talk any better. So it's something about taking away dignity or prestige. Detractive is an adjective, and detractively is an adverb. The next word, boom. It is detrain. Yeah, detrain. No, it's just a verb from 1881, starting with intransitive. To get off a railroad train. Just as you're walking off, you can say, I'm detraining the train. Let's detrain the train. I'm walking off the train, gonna walk on the platform and get my bags. Transitive is to remove from a railroad train. So in the first one, the intransitive, the thing that is getting off the train is doing it of its own free will, its own legs, ability, whatever it is. But in the second one, the transitive, it is being removed against its will, maybe, from a train. You can detrain yourself, but your bags have to be detrained by you. Detrainment is a noun. Boom. Next is detribalize. Transitive verb from 1920. To cause to lose tribal identity. To cause to lose. So you are causing something else to lose its tribal identity, I think is what that's saying, because it's transitive. The synonym is acculturate. The word culture is kind of in there, definitely kind of in there. So what is that? You're changing the culture from one thing to another thing. They had tribal identity culture, and then they were detribalized, giving them a different culture. Maybe the story of Tarzan. There's other stories kind of like that. They took Tarzan away from his gorilla and animal friends and detribalized him, so he was all proper and British, right? Is that the story? I think so. Detribalization is a noun. Boom. I used to be able to do that sound pretty well, but it's not great. I don't like it. Detriment is next. Noun from the 15th century. 1. The synonyms are injury and damage, as in, did hard work without detriment to his health. Well, that is very impressive, because hard work will probably be a detriment to your health, but if you can do it without that, that's pretty wonderful. Number 2, a cause of injury or damage, as in, a detriment to progress. So in that one, it's not literally probably an injury or damage to a person or a thing. It's more about, we're trying to make progress, we're trying to move forward, but this thing keeps on stopping us, and it's halting our progress. It's injuring or damaging our progress, so it's a detriment. Can we get rid of it, please? This is from the Latin verb deterere, which means to wear away or impair. And this is from de plus terere, which means to rub. And there's more at the word throw. I don't know. I don't know why that doesn't make sense to me. To wear, I guess if you rub a thing a lot, then it will wear away. You see those sculptures and people have touched it, and if maybe it's bronze and then so that part's shiny or a different color. So that makes sense. There's more at the word throw, and that one I'm not so sure about. Why? Why throw? Moving on. That was terrible. Detrimental. Last word, detrimental. This is the first form. Adjective from 1590. Obviously harmful. It is detrimental. It's very clearly harmful to you or to something. The synonym is damaging, as in, the detrimental effects of pollution. We sure are seeing those. I hear a lot about climate change. I listen to a few science podcasts, and we're not looking great. We're not on the right path. We need to change the path because there are very, very detrimental effects of pollution and all of the carbon that we're putting out in the air. A synonym is the word pernicious, which is a wonderful word. Detrimentally is an adverb. That was the first form. Second form of detrimental, noun, from 1831, an undesirable or harmful person or thing is a detrimental. Maybe they are, they're very harmful. Yeah, it says they're a harmful person or thing. They're detrimental. Yeah, I've definitely never heard a person to be described as a detrimental. That was the last word. Now we gotta reread the words and come up with the word of the episode. We had detonation, detonator, detour, detox, detoxicate, detoxify, detract, detraction, detrain, detribalize, detriment, detrimental, and detrimental. I think that they should do a new version of How to Train Your Dragon and say how to detrain your dragon. Maybe how do you get your dragon off of a train? Or how do you make it be feral again? I don't know. Which one are we going to pick? I'm kind of liking detoxify just because I think that it is very good for people who do have some sort of addictive substance in their body, a poison or toxin, I think it's a really important thing to get rid of those toxins from your body. So that I do like that. Is there anything else? I'm not a fan of the detribalize. Detrain, it's fine. You're getting off a train. Some people really like to be on the train, so they would hate the word detrain. They don't ever want to get off the train. I know some people like that. Detours, not a big fan of the detours. Sure, let's pick detoxify as the word of the episode. And then I have to come up with a song for that, don't I? Is that how this works? Is that what I have chosen to do with my life? Okay, let's do that. Detoxify! Detoxify! Gonna detoxify all the stuff out of my system. Detoxify. All right, that's fine. That's just perfectly fine. That's going to be the end of this episode. Let's go ahead and record another one for you to hear later. This has been Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye. Hello, word nerds. Welcome to another episode of The Dictionary. Thank you very much for turning on this podcast. I very much enjoy the fact that you are here. I can tell every time somebody listens. I know. If for some reason you might want to listen to these in chunks of 10 with no video component other than just the logo, you can go check these out on YouTube. There's a link in the show notes. I have them in playlists, so there's a whole playlist for all the A episodes. So the first video is episodes A1 through 10, and then the next episode is A11 through 20. Goes on like that. There's a playlist for B, a playlist for C, a playlist for D, which is in progress. Wow. I just read through the words, and most of these words I have never heard before. And so I'm really excited to find out what the hell do these mean? And how do you say them? All right. The first word is detrition. Detrition. Noun from 1674. A wearing off or away. So we had, where did it go? We had detriment in the previous episode, which was kind of about wearing away. It was more about injury and damage, but the etymology was about wearing away. So that's why this is wearing off or away is a detrition. It is sound effect time, and we will do cha. The next word is detritivore. Detritivore. Noun from 1959. An organism that feeds on dead and decomposing organic matter. And the example is an earthworm or a fungus. When I saw the suffix VORE, I thought this must be something about eating because we have herbivore and carnivore, but I was not sure about what a detritivore is. So what is the etymology? Oh, it's not very helpful. The first part is from detritus, which actually is our next word, so that will help. But yeah, it's a thing like a worm or a fungus that eats dead and decomposing organic matter, and they are very, very, very important to the circle of life, the carbon cycle, all of those cycles. We really, really need them, which is why they exist. So, detritivore. How many vores are there? Detritivore, herbivore, carnivore, omnivore? I don't know. Probably a bunch. I want to see a list. The next word, cha. Detritus. This is what they are eating, I guess. Noun from 1802. 1. Loose material as rock fragments or organic particles that results directly from disintegration. So as a thing is falling apart, it's getting worn away. We've seen that phrase here recently. Gets worn away from whatever, water, rain, wind, something else. The rock fragments and the organic particles fall off, and then they are called detritus. 2a, a product of disintegration, destruction, or wearing away. The synonym is debris or debris. 2b, miscellaneous remnants. The synonym is just odds and ends. That whole phrase, odds and ends, as in sifting through the detritus of his childhood. And that is a quote from Michael Tomasky. So basically the idea of detritus is it's just the stuff that's it's the odds and ends. It's the things that have come off other things that we just sort of forget about. It's the stuff that it's just there. That's the best way I can describe it clearly. And then the earthworms and the fungi, come along and eat the detritus. But I don't think they'll be eating any rock fragments or the things from your childhood unless they are organic material and you put them in the dirt. Detrital is an adjective. Yeah, the etymology, it looks the same as, where was it? Detriment. Looks the same as detriment. The stuff that has been worn away. I think I still do have a fair amount of detritus from my childhood. I guess I'll probably have to deal with that. The next word. Detro. Detro. That's this word. It's two words, D-E and then T-R-O-P. There's a P in there, but you pronounce it detro. Adjective from 1752. Too much or too many. And the synonyms are superfluous and excessive. So this is an adjective. So how would you use this in a sentence? Oh, I have too many books. This podcast has too many episodes. So, but it's an adjective. So it would be the episodes are detro. There is a detro. I don't even know how to put it in a sentence. This podcast is detro. Maybe. The next word. This is a fun word. Detumescence. Detumescence. D-E-T-U-M-E-S-C-E-N-C-E. Noun from 1678. Subsidence or diminution of swelling or erection. So this is when there's, so let's say you got a bump on the head and it got all swelled up. As it's going down, the action, I guess, of the bump going down would be detumescence. Detumescence. And then, of course, there's the other word in there, erection. If there's a whole lot of blood in the penis, it's erect. And then as that goes down, that is a detumescence. That's the opposite of an erection. And now everybody, I think, should use that word now. Detumescent is an adjective. So I guess you could say that the bump on your head or your penis is detumescent if it is no longer in that state. Does that make sense? This is from the Latin detumescere, and that means to become less swollen. And that is from de plus tumescere, which means to swell. So tumescere is to swell. Detumescere is to be the opposite. It's to become less swollen. And there's more. The word tumescent, which I can only imagine means basically to swell. Yeah, to become erect, possibly. Never heard of that word, or this word for that matter. The next word. Cha. This is Deucalion. Deucalion. It is spelled capital D-E-U-C-A-L-I-O-N. Deucalion. It is a noun from 1565. A survivor with his wife Pyrrha of a great flood by which Zeus destroys the rest of the human race. This is another one of those old flood stories. So I don't know this Greek flood story, but I guess Zeus decided to destroy the entire human race by a flood except for Deucalion and his wife Pyrrha. That's just what I'm gathering. Maybe we'll put a link in the show notes to find more about this whole Greek flood story. The next word. I'm familiar with this next handful of words. Cha. This first one is deuce, or deuce, if you want to get that Y sound in there. Deuce. D-E-U-C-E. That is how it is spelled. This is the first form noun from the 15th century. 1A1. The face of a die, D-I-E, that bears two spots. That's the side that has the two. You roll the dice. If it comes up with the two dots, the number 2, then that is a deuce. 1A2. A playing card bearing an index number 2. I think you can see a pattern here. It's all about 2. 1B. A throw of the dice yielding 2 points. So I guess that would be 2 ones. If you have 2 dice, 2 die, 1 die and 1 die, then if you get snake eyes, that's the other name for that. If it's a 1 and a 1, then that's 2 points. I guess maybe other games might score them differently, but you can't throw a 2 and a 0, so it's got to be a 1 and a 1. Number 2, a tie in tennis after each side has scored 40, requiring 2 consecutive points by one side to win. A tie in tennis after each side has scored 40. I think it's like 15, 30, 40. Tennis has the weirdest scoring I have ever seen. Requiring 2 consecutive points by each one side to win. Yeah, so basically, they're tied up, and they're... So the way that I think the scoring goes in tennis is 15, 30, 40, and then the winning point. But you have to win by 2. So if one person is at 40 and the other person's at 30, I could have my numbers wrong, but I think it's right, then the person who gets 40, if they get one more point, they win because they won by 2 points. But if they're both at 40, then one person has to get 2 additional points to win. And so if one person gets 1 point when they're at 40, and then the other person gets a point, then they're just back at deuce. They're tied. So I don't know why they call this one deuce. I can think of 2 things. One of them is that there's 2 people who have the same score, and they call it a deuce because it's 2 and there's 2 people, or 2 teams if it's doubles. Or they call it deuce because you need 2 points to win from that point. I don't know which it is. Number 3 has its own etymology, so we'll get to that in a bit. But 3A, the synonyms are devil and Dickens. This is used chiefly as a mild oath, as in, what the deuce is he up to now? What the deuce is he up to now? I don't know what he is up to now, but what the deuce is it? I've never heard this. This is fantastic. 3B, something notable of its kind, as in, a deuce of a mess. A deuce of a mess. This is also new to me. So, what does the etymology say? It says it is from Middle English, deus, D-E-W-E-S, from Anglo-French, deus, which means 2, from Latin, duos, which means ace, that's an E, right? Ace, which is the masculine of duo, which means 2. Oh no, ace, that's an abbreviation. No, it is ACC. Okay, let's start that part over again. So the Latin duo, that's all we need to know. That means 2, and there's more at the word 2. So this is always about 2 of something, except for number 3, which is from the obsolete English word deuce, spelled the same way, which means bad luck. And that one is not in this book, it looks like. I guess because it's obsolete. But they put in obsolete things here, so I don't know what that's all about. So bad luck. That's why it's devil or Dickens. What the deuce is he up to now? What a deuce of a mess that he created with the thing he was up to. How can I get this into my everyday language? I don't know. There is another definition for deuce, which is probably in the Urban Dictionary and not in this dictionary, but a lot of people call a poop, a dump, a shit, a crap. They call that a deuce. Because usually you say if you're going number 2, then that's a poopy. And 2 is deuce, and deuce is 2, and deuce is poo. There we go. The next word. Cha. It's deuce again. Second form. Transitive verb from 1919. To bring the score of, to deuce. In the example of what you are bringing the score of, what sort of game, it is a tennis game or set. So if the tennis players are deucing, they are tying up the score. That's pretty much it. Tennis players are great at deucing. The next word is deuced or deuced. It is two syllables. I would have thought deuced, but no, it is deuced. We just added a D to the end of deuce. Adjective from 1782. Synonyms are damned and confounded, as in a deuced fix. Oh, we don't want to be in that fix, that situation. Maybe the car broke down. We're in a deuced fix. Nobody uses this anymore. Anybody who might say something like, confound it, they might also use deuced. It's a good word. Next. Deuces wild. 2 words, noun from 1927. A card game, like poker, in which each deuce may represent any card designated by its holder. It's a 2. Any 2 can be any other card. I don't understand why the 2 has another name, especially in cards. Or poker more specifically. Do the other cards have other names? I feel like the Jack, King, Queen, those might have other names too. Aces probably. But why did the 2 become deuce? I just don't really understand that. Next word. Deus ex machina. Deus ex, you could also say Deus ex machina. Machina. Deus ex you could say machina. Deus ex machina. But that's because it looks like machine and people don't really know how to pronounce this the proper way, so that's probably not the best way to pronounce it. Deus ex machina. Noun from 1697. 1. A god introduced by means of a crane in ancient Greek and Roman drama to decide the final outcome. Basically, they didn't know how to end their story, so they would just bring in a god and say, okay, this is how this is going to go. Number 2, a person or thing, as in fiction or drama, that appears or is introduced suddenly and unexpectedly and provides a contrived solution to an apparently insoluble difficulty. Again, same idea, not literally a god, but something or something or some person that comes in and basically helps to solve the situation, the problem, the drama, the climax. And so then they fix it, and it's all done. And it's maybe not the most clever way to finish a story. This is New Latin, and it means a god from a machine. Deus ex machina. And that's a translation of the Greek Theus ek mechanes. I don't know if I said that right. You're just going to have to deal with my pronunciation. So, yeah, I guess the machine, what would the machine be? Oh, well, in the case of number 1, they bring the god out by a crane. Did they have cranes back then? Maybe, I guess, in 1700 or so. And I guess in number 2, the machine would be maybe just the person writing the material. The machine is just the thing that's making it all happen, I guess. I don't know. But yes, Deus Ex Machina. There is that movie, Ex Machina. I should probably watch that again and think about the idea of Deus Ex Machina in terms of that movie. I'm sure it's probably not hard to figure out. The next word, cha. It is the abbreviation capital D-E-U-T, and that is an abbreviation for Deuteronomy, which, is that going to be in here? Yes, we are going to see some of that word and other words like it in the next episode. But we do have some other related words with the prefix, the next word, cha. It's the prefix, deuter or deutero, and there's no year, and it just means second or secondary. Didn't know that. As in Deuteranopia. How do you say this word? Deuteranopia. Where is it? Here it is. Deuteranopia. Deuteranopia. That's how you pronounce that word. So something about second or secondary. This is from the Greek. Not what I was expecting. There's the Greek word dein, D-E-I-N, and that means to lack. And then also from the Sanskrit dosa, which means fault or lack. Would it be like second place? Might be lacking to first place? Is that how we are supposed to think about it? It is kind of interesting, though, that, deuce is 2, and I don't know, maybe that's got to be related somehow back in the Greek age time. The next word, deuteragonist. Deuteragonist. Noun from 1855. 1. The actor taking the part of second importance in a classical Greek drama. I have not heard of this because I didn't study theater, but I have a feeling that most theater people, if they went to school for theater, acting, stuff like that, that they probably have heard this term. The deuteragonist. This is great. How am I just learning about this word now? Number 2, a person who serves as a foil to another. So, sort of similar, second importance, maybe like Othello and Iago. Iago, I think, did something bad. Isn't there that story of who, Jesus and the other one? Judah, I don't remember. Second importance. This is from, let's see, the Greek deuteragonistes, which is from deuter, so we know that means second or secondary, plus agonistes, which means combatant or actor. And there's more at the word protagonist, which I think most people have probably heard. That's the lead character in the story. And then second to that would be the deuteragonist. And then, of course, there's the antagonist, which is the villain. The last word in this episode is cha. No, that's not the word. That's the sound effect. The word is deuteranamalous. 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 Adjective from 1911. Exhibiting partial loss of green color vision so that an increased intensity of green is required in a mixture of red and green to match a given yellow. That's fascinating. Are we talking about paint here? This is from Deuteronomalia. Wait a minute. Yes, and it's anomaly. That's from the Latin anomalia, which means anomaly. It's an abnormal trichromatism. That's in vision. Oh, so it's not paint. Yes, it is actually vision. Partial loss of green color in vision. I have heard that the most common form of color blindness is having trouble distinguishing between green and red. So that, what does it say? You need increased intensity of green in a mixture of red and green. So when you're looking at a thing that has both red and green, you need more intensity of green. But why is it to match a given yellow? That's interesting. I don't know. Maybe we'll put a link in the show notes so we can learn more about this. There's a lot of different kinds of color blindness. There are some people who only see in gray tones. I used to work with somebody who was like that, and they'd learned over the years to distinguish what sort of gray tone was a different color. And there were a couple that still tripped him up, but they were impressively really good at that. I just can't even imagine what that is like. And of course, they can't imagine what it's like for other people. There are those sunglasses that will help, and I think they do a pretty good job, but I think it can be maybe a little intense for some people. Yeah, it's a fascinating thing. I don't think I have any form of color blindness. I think I see colors actually very, very well. And, yeah, it's just how I see the world. So the words in this episode were detrition, detritivore, detritus, detro, detumescent, or detumescence, deucalion, deuce, deucid, deuces wild, deus ex machina, deuter or deutero, deuteragonist, and deuteranomalous. I really don't know which one to pick. There were a few that were really kind of interesting, and I don't know. Okay, so going from bottom to top, we got a colorblind thing, we got the second in a show, in a play, in a thing. Secondary, the Deus Ex Machina is pretty interesting. Deuce is wild, deuce is deuce to do. Let's see. Detumescence was a pretty interesting word for what it is. I just love the fact that there's a word for that, of the de-swelling. Detritivore, yeah, maybe we'll pick detritivore, because they are the things that eat the stuff. The detritivore is the thing that eats the stuff. It eats the organic, dead, and decomposing matter. Let's go get some detritivores so they can eat up all the matter. Hey, 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 hey. All right, that is going to be the end of this episode. Thank you very much for listening, and until next time, this is Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye. Hello, word nerds. Welcome to another episode of The Dictionary, hosted by me, Spencer. We are picking up where we left off from the previous episode, which I guess is what we do every single time, but sometimes more than others, because we had some deuter words at the end of the last episode, and we got more deuter words. It's the deuter word episode, but we do have some other non-deuter words at the end. The first of these deuter words is deuteranope. 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 Noun from 1902. An individual affected with deuteranopia. And I think that was the example that we had in the deuter prefix in the previous episode. So what is deuteranopia? Well, first I have to make a sound effect, and which is going to be doop. That was oddly similar to the word that we just had. So deuteranopia is a noun from circa 1901, Oh, and this is related to deuteranomalous, I think, which we had at the end of the last episode. Deuteranopia, color blindness marked by usually complete loss of ability to distinguish colors. Complete loss of all colors? So, is this... Wait a minute. You literally cannot distinguish between any of the colors? I mean, is that like a gray vision or something different? You still see... What color do you see? What do they look like? Which... Is it red, orange, yellow, blue, green, indigo, violet? Something different? That's so fascinating. Deuteranopic or deuteranopic, that is an adjective. And the etymology says, well, so it says it's from the blindness to green, regarded as the secondary primary color. That's why we're using the deuter prefix, because green is considered the second primary color. But the primary colors are red, blue, and yellow, and the green would be a secondary color, not a second primary color. But that means that there's also purple and orange, which are also secondary colors, right? Do I have this wrong? So that's interesting. It's the second primary color, but what aren't there other? How did they? Who decided that green was the second primary color? And what context are we talking about? Interesting. Green. I don't know why red and green are the ones that people have problems with color blindness. There's something about green that the eyes are like, I don't care about green. So a person who has this deuteranopia would be a deuteranope. I wonder if they even know that. Do they go around saying, "Hi, I'm Spencer. I'm a deuteranope"? I wish that people would do that. I don't know if I've ever met anybody who's a deuteranope. The next word, do. It is deuterate. Deuterate. This is a transitive verb from 1947, to introduce deuterium into. And what is it going into? Maybe a compound. Just any compound. To introduce deuterium into is to deuterate. And deuteration is a noun. Do you know what deuterium is? If not, I will tell you. If you do, just skip ahead 10 seconds or 15 seconds or so. Deuterium is a noun from 1933. It is an isotope of hydrogen that has one proton and one neutron in the nucleus, and that has twice the mass of ordinary hydrogen. The symbol is just the capital letter D. It is called also heavy hydrogen. How is it twice the mass? How is it twice as heavy as hydrogen? It still only has one proton and one neutron. I don't understand how these things work, these isotopes. I need to go back to school and study chemistry and probably English and maybe history and math. You know what? Let's just do the whole thing all over again. This is from the Greek deuteros, which means second, but it doesn't explain why deuterium would be considered the second. Second of what? Second, I mean, is it the second hydrogen? It still has one proton and one neutron, so it's not being clear. Maybe we'll put a link in the show notes so we can all learn more and be educated human beings. The next word, deuterium oxide. 2 words. Noun from 1934. I believe hydrogen oxide would be considered water. Is that possible? Because this one, the synonym, is the number 1 definition for heavy water. So I guess, if you take 2 hydrogen molecules and add in an oxygen, or 2 hydrogens and an oxygen, you get a water molecule. So I guess if you add an oxygen to 2 deuterium particles, things. You make a water molecule, a heavy water molecule. And how is it heavy? Why is it heavy? I don't know. It's something because it's got twice the mass of ordinary hydrogen. And how? I just don't understand these things. What is heavy water? Where's heavy water? Who makes heavy water? How do you get heavy water? We'll put a link in the show notes for that too. This is fascinating. It's the secondary water to regular water. Can you drink this water? What is deuterium? Is it bad for you? Do you need to stay away from it? Is it radioactive? Doop. The next word is deuterocanonical. Deuterocanonical. All one word. Adjective from 1684. Of, relating to, or constituting the books of Scripture contained in the Septuagint, but not in the Hebrew canon. So they are in the Bible, but they're in this thing called the Septuagint, but they are not in the Hebrew version, I guess. The deuterocanonical, or just those are things that are relating to the books of Scripture that are in the Septuagint, but not in the Hebrew canon, and I think we're going to get more into that world momentarily. The etymology, not too much. Deep. The next word is deuteron. Deuter with an O-N. Deuteron. Noun from 1933. Yep, this is the same time period that deuterium was created or found, because it is a deuterium nucleus. So I guess the nucleus, which is the proton and the neutron, that whole thing is called a deuteron. Can that exist on its own without electrons or other things around it? I mean, I know that electrons, the pictures that our textbooks showed us are not exactly what is there physically. It's more of a weird mass cloudy thing I heard. But so the nucleus of the deuterium is the deuteron. The next word is Deuteronomic. Deuteronomic with a capital D, adjective from 1857. Of or relating to the book of Deuteronomy, its style, or its contents. So I would assume that the book of Deuteronomy is also related to this deuterocanonical. Anything that's part of the Deuteronomy book is deuterocanonical, but that could be wrong because I feel like Deuteronomic, the word that we just had, would be related to Deuteronomy. I don't know. I don't understand all of this stuff. So I have somewhere around here, we're going to get to the word second. I feel it in my bones. Because why else would it be using the deuter prefix or deutero? Deep. The next word, Deuteronomist. Deuteronomist with a capital D, noun from 1862. Any of the writers or editors of a Deuteronomic body of source material, often distinguished in the earlier books of the Old Testament. And Deuteronomistic is an adjective. So, are we literally talking about the people who wrote the book of Deuteronomy all those many, many years ago? I think it was like 5 years ago. So those people wrote and they edited it, and they are the Deuteronomists? Or is this something new? Any of the writers or editors of a Deuteronomic body of source material, often distinguished in the earlier books of the Old Testament. Why am I not understanding what any of this means? So Deuteronomic is relating to the book of Deuteronomy. So does that mean that people write new pieces of literature talking about the book of Deuteronomy, which I think is in the Bible, and then those people who wrote those are Deuteronomists? I guess that must be what it is. Yeah, that's got to be it. I guess there's a lot to say about the book of Deuteronomy. I just want to write a book about it so I can say and write Deuteronomy, Deuteronomy, Deuteronomy. Oh, doop. The next word is Deuteronomy with a capital D. Noun from, well, it doesn't give a year because we just don't know. It is, oh, come on, guys, the fifth book, not the second book, the fifth book of canonical Jewish and Christian scripture containing narrative and Mosaic laws. Are those laws related to Moses, or are they laws related to things that you put on your wall or floor that have lots of tiny little colored pieces of tile that make up something new? It says, see the Bible table. So I wonder if, well, let's look at the etymology before we start making things up. Well, we know it's from the Greek deuter and also nomos, which means law. There's more at the word nimble. So there's Mosaic laws. There's laws that it talks about. But it doesn't say anything about how it's related to the word second or secondary. I would have thought that maybe it was the second book of canonical Jewish and Christian scripture. But no, it's the fifth book. Maybe in a different version, it was the second book, and then they put in some other books, and it got pushed back to fifth place. Yeah, we'll put a link in the show notes if you want to learn more. I've never read the Bible, don't know anything about it. The next word. I think this is the last deuter word. Deep. Deuterostome. 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 Noun from 1950. Any of a major division of the animal kingdom that includes the bilaterally symmetrical animals with interdeterminate cleavage and a mouth that does not arise from the blastopore. So, okay, well, let's look at the etymology because it's a little helpful. Let's see, from the Greek deuter, also the Greek stoma, which means mouth. So this is something about the mouth. And there's more at the word stomach. So yes, the definition did say that the mouth does not arise from the blastopore, but I don't remember what the blastopore is. Do you know what the blastopore is? No. But this is a major division in the animal kingdom. So examples of these bilaterally symmetrical animals are the chordates, and I don't remember what those are. Am I supposed to have this knowledge in my head? Does the average person know chordates, blastopore, deuterostome? An interdeterminate cleavage. What even is that talking about? Cleavage of what? What has been cleaved? Does that mean because they're the symmetric? I don't understand this. We'll put a link in the show notes so you can figure out which animals, which animals are deuterostomes. They're chordates, whatever that is. And the mouth does not arise from the blastopore. Okay, it arises from something else. The next word. Deutschmark. Deutschmark, or you can add a syllable Deutschemark. Two words, Deutschche. And then the second word is just mark with a C. I guess some people also put it all into one word because it's German and they have very long words. Noun from 1948, the basic monetary unit of West Germany from 1948 to 1990, and of reunited Germany from 1990 to 2001. So 1948 was shortly after World War II, so I don't know what they were using before that, during World War II and previously, but at that point they said, you know what, maybe here in West Germany, now that we're split, we need our own money. What it's going to be? What is it going to be? We're going to call it the German Mark, but in German, it's Deutschmark, because Deutsch is German in German. Not exactly sure what mark means in that context, just a thing that you use to pay things with. So when we get to the M's, we'll learn about that. But so they used it in West Germany specifically until 1990. I don't know what they used in East Germany, but in 1990, that is when the Berlin Wall fell. Well, it didn't just fall over. It's not like it just toppled over by itself. Some people took it down. They said, we don't want this anymore. Let's reunite. Go bye-bye, wall. So then they had to decide which money are we going to use for all of Germany, and they decided on the Deutschmark. Not sure why. That's why they did that, but that's what happened. So they used it until 2001, and I think at that point that's when the European Union went to the euro, and then most of them went to the euro. So maybe I am curious though what was used before 1948, and also what was East Germany using. So yeah, we'll put some links in the show notes. This is going to be a very link-heavy episode, I think. The next word, deep. It is deutzia. Yeah, or deutzia. 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 Noun from 1837. Oh, and also, I forgot to say, maybe deuterostome. I will put that, maybe I'll post those in the social media so you can see examples of deuterostomes. Like deutzia, this is... No, not like at all. This is completely different. Any of a genus of the saxifrage family of ornamental shrubs with usually white or pink flowers. And the genus is also Deutzia. So maybe we'll post a picture of these two if we feel like it. Deutzia. This is from... Somebody got to name these. Jean Deutz. I don't know if it's Jean or Jean or Jan. The last name is Deutz. They died possibly in 1784. There is a question mark after it, so I guess we don't really know when they died, but it was around 1784. They were, that must be Dutch. It says DU. They must have been a Dutch patron of botanical research. So they love the botanical things, and maybe they were like, this one's new. I'm going to name it. That was the last DEU word. Here we go into the DEV section. Deep. DEV, dev. Abbreviation for deviation. Abbreviation for deviation. The next word. Deep. Devaluate. Devaluate, verb from 1898. The synonym is just devalue, which will be the first word in the next episode. But before that one, we have very last one more word for this episode, which is devaluation. 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 Noun from 1914. 1. An official reduction in the exchange value of a currency by a lowering of its gold equivalency or its value relative to another currency. It's valued at a thing, it has a current value or worth, and then related to another thing. If it's things are changing, maybe the economies are in different countries are changing, then maybe the Deutschmark, it gets devalued, it has a devaluation, and it's not valued as much as another type of currency. 2. A lessening, especially of status or stature, and the synonym is decline. So that's not specifically talking about money, that's just whatever. Anything that has a value can go through a devaluation if it's not worth so much anymore. I hope this podcast never has a devaluation, and it's always an evaluation. The value just goes up and up and up the whole time that it's around. Okay, there's no etymology because it's a value, and the value goes down, which is where the D comes in. So, we now need to pick a word of the episode, and to do that, we must reread the words to you and remind all of ourselves what the words were. Do you remember what they were? I don't. Let's read. Deuteranope, deuteranopia, deuterate, that's the deuterium. Introduce deuterium into, that's that one. Then there's deuterium, deuterium oxide, deuterocanonical, deuteron, deuteronomic, that's how you say that one, deuteronomist, Deuteronomy, deuterostome, Deutschmark, deutzia, devaluate, and devaluation. Well, I'm not particularly interested in the Bible things, so I'm not going to pick Deuteronomy, Deuteronomist, Deuteronomic, deuterocanonical. The deuterium stuff I think is interesting, but probably not something that I'm going to pick, so there goes deuterium, deuteron, deuterium oxide. The Deutschmark is a piece of money. That's interesting, but probably not going to pick that. Not going to pick the devalue words. I don't need to say all this stuff. The plants and the animals are fine, but I don't think I'm going to pick them. So there goes deutzia and deuterostome. And I think that pretty much leaves us with the color blindness. Let's pick deuteranopia as the word of the episode, because I think it is just fascinating that our bodies do this. Maybe it's like a gene mutation and it affects the eyes, the rods and the cones. I think it's the cones that affect the color, and the cones, they're like, I'm not gonna distinguish any colors. That's what I find fascinating about this one. If you've got deuteranopia, you are a deuteranope, and you can't distinguish between any of the colors. I give it a 6. Maybe a 6. All right, that is going to be the end of this episode. Thank you very much for listening to this show. Let's see, just real quick, I'll mention some things. Dairy Girls. If you've never watched Dairy Girls, it's a very funny show, but it also gets very serious. I think it takes place in Northern Ireland in the late 90s and goes through, there was a lot of stuff going on up there. So from a historical standpoint, you might learn some stuff, but it's also very funny. And I highly recommend that show. Big Mouth just started. I just started the 6th season. That show. That's it's something. It's clever and funny and very dirty if you're into that sort of thing. That's going to be the end of this episode. Thank you very much for listening, and until next time, this is Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye. Boop. Hello, word nerds. Welcome yet again to The Dictionary, the podcast where I'm reading the dictionary. If you do like this show, I would love it. I would appreciate it if you did the rating and the reviewing on the Apple Podcasts. I think it's all the same people who are listening, which is why there have been no new reviews. So what you need to do is you need to go tell some people. If you are a regular listener, it is your duty, your deutero duty, to go tell some people about this show. Because I don't know other people, but you know people. And then maybe they will rate and review it, and they will then fall in love with this show, and you will all have something to chat about. And then they will become such a big fan that they will want to go buy some merchandise. And they'll buy a shirt and other things, phone cases, masks, all those things. And then the next time you hang out, they'll be wearing a dictionary shirt. And then you'll say, oh, where did you get that dictionary shirt? I didn't know that was a thing. And then they'll say, I bought it off the TeePublic site in the show notes for the show, The Dictionary. And then you say, I didn't even know that was a thing, except you really did. And then you'll go buy something too. And everybody will be wearing the same clothes, and it'll be wonderful. Instagram and Twitter for the show is at dictionarypod. Mine is at speedjampar. There's also a TikTok. YouTube is at speedjampar. You can play these on the YouTube if you want in chunks of 10. You can email me, dictionarypod@gmail.com. You can leave a voicemail on the Google Voice line, which is 917-527-7227. Oh, crap, I forgot it. It's in the show notes, you silly goose. I think we need to talk about and then there's a Patreon. You all need to join the Patreon. Get your friends to join. They'll get episode C. That's the thing. If they join and you don't join, they'll get to hear these before you do. And you can't let that happen. You need to join too. The first word in this episode is devalue. D-E-V-A-L-U-E. This one is a verb from 1918, starting with transitive. 1. To institute the devaluation of. Of what? Of money. To institute the devaluation of. We are going to devalue money, so there will be a devaluation of it. 2. To lessen the value of. Just anything, the value of a thing. It's usually about money, but it can be other things. Like what? Like, electronics. Those get devalued pretty quickly because there's new technology that comes in and they have a higher value. And so those old, SD TVs and then HD TVs, they get devalued because they're not worth as much anymore. Is that a good example? I guess so. I don't know. Pretty soon those UHD TVs are going to be a lot cheaper because then we're going to have other fancier, bigger, more resolution 3D TVs come out. What are going to be the next things? Other than resolution, what are you going to do? You make the contrast better, make the color better. I don't know. What is the future of TVs going to be like? There's a TV right in front of me, which is why I thought of that. Here's intransitive for devalue. To institute devaluation. That's it for that one. Nothing else. We are moving on to the next word. First, there will be a sound effect which is going to go dee-dee-dee-doo-doo. The next word, I hope I say this right, Devanagari. Devanagari? One of those. Devanagari. I think that's close enough. Capital D-E-V-A-N-A-G-A-R-I. Devanagari. Noun from 1781. And actually, it's the N-A part that's throwing me off. So let me check this little pronunciation guide. Devanagari. That's it. So, this is an alphabet. Let's put some information for this in the show notes. This is an alphabet usually employed for Sanskrit and also used as a literary hand for various modern languages of India. And then it says to see the alphabet table, which we did a long time ago, and I don't remember. So we must have looked at the different Sanskrit characters. I guess they would be the Devanagari characters. Let's see. The etymology says, and I've seen these characters, but I didn't know what the alphabet was called. This is from the Sanskrit word Devanagari, which is from Deva, which means divine, plus Nagari, which means of the city, but more specifically, writing of the city. That's like writing text, writing something with your hand. Writing of the city, so it must be like, this is the writing of the city. Maybe there was a city in India, and this is the writing that they used in that city, but it's divine. And there is more at the word deity. Yeah, we'll put a link in the show notes. Let's see what it looks like. And I hope to try to remember the name of this alphabet. I don't know if I'll ever need to use that information, but it is Devanagari. Devanagari. The next word. Devastate. This is a verb from 1638. It looks to be just transitive. Number 1. To bring to ruin or desolation by violent action, as in a country devastated by war. Ukraine currently is in this. I don't know what it physically is like right now, but between all of the the shooting and the bombs and stuff, I feel like it has to be fairly devastated, which is pretty messed up. I'm not a fan of that. Ruin and desolation by violent action. Yep, guns, bombs, other things like that. That's definitely going to bring about devastation. Will be devastated. Number 2, to reduce to chaos, disorder, or helplessness. The synonym is overwhelmed by chaos, disorder, and helplessness. And the example, 2 of them. First one, devastated by grief. That is a good way to describe grief. It hits you in such a hard way, especially if it was somebody really close to you. Helplessness, I think for grief, helplessness is the best one of those 3 words that we got. Disorder, chaos. I mean, yeah, I guess things probably feel like it's all chaos and disordered. You feel helpless. And sorry, my mouth and nose are not working great. I think it must be an allergy thing. I already took an allergy pill. I'm cutting out all the times I sniffle and blow my nose and stuff. But yeah, my nose, I feel all stuffy-uppied. The next example for the number 2 definition for devastate is her wisecrack devastated the class. Oh, it sent the class into disorder and chaos. They all erupted into hilarious laughter, and the teacher couldn't get them back into order. Another synonym for all is the word ravage. Devastatingly is an adverb, devastation is a noun, devastative is an adjective, and devastator is a noun. The woman who made the wisecrack in the class was a devastator. But she used her words and not her bombs. This is from the Latin verb devastare, which is from de plus vastare, which means to lay waste. And there's more at the word waste. Devastate and waste are related. And yeah, laying waste to a thing is devastate. The next word. Beep, 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 boop, boop. Devain is the next word. D-E-V-E-I-N, transitive verb from 1953, to remove the dark dorsal vein from. From what? From a shrimp. Yep, this happens. I think anybody who's eaten shrimp has seen this vein, has probably eaten this vein, or has removed this vein. I feel like I also heard that people said that it was poop in there, but no, I think it's a vein. But you know what? There could be other parts of the shrimp that you're eating that still contain some poop. I don't know. I don't know if they de-poop the shrimp. Do people devein the shrimp before they kill them and cook them, or before they cook them, or do you just have to do that yourself? I think it's funny that this is such a common thing that, everybody knows about the vein in the shrimp, that it's got its own thing in there, and it's very specifically about shrimp. Devein. It's not a thing that you typically use for other contexts. It's not like you're deveining a human. I mean, people have. There are, you go to that human exhibit and they've got all the veins out on display. People have been deveined, but it's mostly about the shrimp. It's gross, right? It's gross. It's just gross. The next word. This is a massively long section of many, many definitions. Develop. That's the word. Develop. This is a verb from 1750, starting with transitive. Maybe 2/3 of these, or 3/4 will be transitive. Number 1A. To set forth or make clear by degrees or in detail. The synonym is expound, as in develop a thesis. You start your thesis with in one way, and then you gradually add to it. You make it clear piece by piece by piece. You're expounding or expanding on the thesis by developing. 1b, to make visible or manifest. Develop. I have to think about the word and then the definition all together. And sometimes my brain doesn't think about the words as I'm reading them. It's just reading them. There's a disconnect. 1c, to treat, as in dyeing, like dyeing clothes, the colors, or hair, to treat with an agent to cause the appearance of color. Let's see. Well, I don't think this would be the photography developing. We'll probably get to that. What is it when with an agent to cause the appearance of color? Is this hair? Well, you can probably dye photos with color. I'm not sure which dyeing situation we're talking about here. But yes, here is 1D, to subject exposed photographic material, especially to chemicals, in order to produce a visible image. So you're subjecting a thing to chemicals to produce a visible image, and the thing that you are subjecting is the photographic material. The photographic paper, you've exposed the image to it, and then you got to put it in the chemicals, and then of the visible image. The image will become visible. You're developing it in the chemical bath, as in develop film. Yep, this is for film too. For movies, the moving pictures, you got to develop it before you can see it. Also, there's more. To make visible by such a method, as in develop pictures. You got to develop a thing to make it visible. That's what that's all about. 1E, to elaborate by the working out of rhythmic and harmonic changes in the theme. And what are you elaborating? It's a musical idea. Maybe you have a musical idea that goes do, do, do. And then you work on it. You work out the rhythmic and harmonic changes to that theme. Do, 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 boo, doo, boo, 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 doo, boo, doo, bop. See, I just developed that on the spot. And it became so much better. 2A, to work out the possibilities of, as in, develop an idea. Everything, all the ideas, all the things that have come to be were developed from an idea. There was a spark of an idea, but then you got to work on it. You got to think about it. You got to change it. You got to write it out. You got to draw it out. Think about it, work on it, develop it. 2B, to create or produce, especially by deliberate effort over time, as in develop new ways of doing business. You got to evolve with the world and figure out how to compete. Also, as in develop software. That comes from an idea, you start to write it out. Maybe you write the code and you make the images, but then you got to work on it and fix it and change it and debug it. 3A, to make active or promote the growth of, as in developed his muscles. He's promoting the growth. I think that's just a funny way to word that. He's promoting them. Maybe he's sending them out to the public, and so people can see his muscles, and then that makes them grow. No, that's not how it works. You gotta eat right and you gotta exercise. I try to do some push-ups and crunches and other things. So we got some free weights. I'm trying to develop my muscles. Pretty much, they've just stayed the same for many years. There's no developing. 3B1, to make available or usable, as in develop natural resources. We do like to make natural resources available, because especially if they're sustainable, then we can use them for ourselves, but then they're not being depleted. That would be the opposite of develop. 3B2, to make suitable for commercial or residential purposes, as in develop land. There are so many people that we need to, I don't know if I personally like the word develop. in this context, develop land, because you're changing it. You're developing it. You're making it useful for commercial or residential purposes, but you are completely depleting it of all the stuff that was there. Maybe there were trees and bushes and plants and animals. So in my mind, I don't like the word develop in that context, but that is the word that people use when they are getting land ready to build some stuff. For all the dang people. 3C, to move a chess piece from the original position to one providing more opportunity for effective use. You're developing your strategy. Maybe that's what that is. 4A, to cause to unfold gradually, as in developed his argument. So he was working on his argument. Maybe he was in debate team and he was talking about it, but then gradually, piece by piece, he started to give more information, more pieces of why he thought his argument was correct. 4B, to expand by a process of growth, as in working to develop the company further. Let's grow it. You don't usually develop a company to not grow, to shrink. That's not what develop is. It's all about making it bigger and better and all, hopefully, those things. 4C, to cause to grow and differentiate along lines natural to its kind, as in rain and sun develop the grain. You could also say sun and rain develop the grain, because that way it would rhyme. Sun and rain develop the grain. So because of the sun gives energy to the things that grow, and then the rain gives them water to be hydrated, and then it's probably in some sort of dirt thing, which it gets nutrients from that too, and then the grain grows. It differentiates along lines natural to its kind. That was a lot of information that seemed kind of odd. To cause to grow and differentiate along lines natural to its kind? I'm sure there's some reason all that extra information is there. I think, couldn't you have let it end at differentiate? 4D, to become infected or affected by, as in developed pneumonia. Something hopefully nobody develops, but too many people develop. Become infected. Yep. The pneumonia got into your body, and then it slowly started to develop and grow and infect you. 5. To acquire gradually, as in develop an appreciation for ballet. Slowly but surely, you saw ballet, you didn't care for it. You saw ballet again, you were like, oh, they're talented. You saw ballet again. Oh, this is a very beautiful form of dance. You saw ballet again. This is the best dance in the world. Everybody should watch it. You saw it again. You were like, I'm going to be a ballet dancer. That's it. Okay, those were all the transitive. Here comes intransitive. 1A. To go through a process of natural growth, differentiation, or evolution by successive changes, as in a blossom develops from a bud. Has to start someplace and go to another place. Starts as a bud and goes to a blossom. 1B. To acquire secondary sex characteristics. To acquire secondary sex characteristics. Are we talking about plants again? We must be, because we're still in the number 1 definition. Yep, I think that must be it. Could you also, I'm thinking secondary, and the deutero prefix is all about secondary, so would those sex characteristics be called deuterosex character? No, I don't know where we're going with that one, but you see the context. Number 2, to become gradually manifest. There's no example, just in general, something manifesting gradually is developing. 3, to come into being gradually. Isn't that the same as number 2? As in, this situation developing in Eastern Europe. So this book was made many years ago, and starting in, I think it was February of 2022, there was a major situation developing in Eastern Europe. Of course, I'm talking about the war in Ukraine, which Putin says is not a war, but it clearly is. And the situation is still developing. It's not over. Hopefully it will be over soon, and Putin will just stop. Also, this is still for number 3, also the 2A definition for the word turn out. As in, it developed that no one had paid the bill. It turned out that no one had paid the bill. Why? You got to pay your bills. Everybody, that person thought that the other person paid it, but they thought that third person paid it. The information had developed. They learned about the information slowly but surely. Developable is an adjective. The etymology says this is from Old French, développer. That's not how they say that word. Développer. That means to unwrap or expose. From de plus envelopper, which means to enclose. So you put a thing in an envelope, you're enclosing it in there. But if you put the DE in front, you are opening it up. It's like a package on Christmas morning. There's more at the word envelop. So, that was a long word. We just have a few more short ones. Developed with an ED. Adjective from 1940, having a relatively high level of industrialization and standard of living, as in a developing country. There are some countries in the world that are called, I guess they would say, third world countries. Do they still use that? Or, oh, sorry, I think I misread this. The example is a developed country. I think I said developing, which is not this word. So there's a developing country is getting the high level of industrialization and standard of living. They're not quite there yet, but they're working on it. But then once you have achieved that, then you are a developed country. The next word, developer, noun from 1796, one that develops as a chemical used to develop exposed photographic materials. It's a very important chemical if you're going to be working in the film world. And I mean literally film opposed to digital. B, a person who develops real estate. They buy up a property, they fix it up, they sell it, they have developed it into a thing that somebody else would want to buy and live in, and they are a developer. C, a person or company that develops computer software. I feel like there's got to be more examples than just these 3, but I guess these are the biggies. The last word in this episode is developing. 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 Adjective from 1963. It is the number 2 definition for underdeveloped, as in the example, developing nations. So they have not been developed. I have to imagine that this word sounds as weird to you as it does to me now. So they're not developed yet. They are underdeveloped, but maybe they would like to be developed, and they are working on becoming developed. Maybe they have a new government in place. Maybe there's some more money coming in. Maybe they're getting more food and more structures and more other things. Industrialization and the standard of living is getting better. Not a big fan of the industrialization part. We're working, hopefully we can get to a place where we can get all the things that we're used to that we got from an industry, but not use so much industrialization to get there. Like, putting tons and tons of pollution and carbon into the air, stuff like that. Okay, we need to reread the word so we can pick a word of the episode. We didn't have too many in this episode because half this episode was taken up by one word. We had devalue, Devanagari, devastate, devane, develop, developed, developer, developing. I am going to pick Devanagari as the word of the episode. Devanagari. I very much like the fact that I have learned a new word, a new alphabet. It's not a new alphabet, it's a very old alphabet. It says it's from 1781, but I'm pretty sure Sanskrit was before that. So I wonder when it actually happened, when it was invented. That's when it got into English, 1781. When it was in the Sanskrit language, I don't know. All right, I gotta sing a song now. I already did the picking. And I thought that I had an idea in my mind. Let's see. I don't know. Let's just sing. Well, there are a lot of sort of songs, but I don't know how those go. Like, I remember my mom listening to songs that were sort of like Sanskrit chanty sort of songs, but I don't remember how they went. So, Devanagari, that's not where the emphasis goes. Devanagari, it's an alphabet for Sanskrit. Yeah. Does our alphabet have an actual name, or is it just alphabet? Is it English? Is it... What is the actual name of our alphabet? Should I know this? I don't know. That is going to be the end of this episode. Thank you very much for listening, and until next time, this is Spencer dispensing information. Go tell the people. Goodbye. Hello, word nerds. Welcome yet again to the podcast called The Dictionary. This is the thing that you turned on, and thank you for turning this podcast on. I really, really appreciate it. Let's get to the words. First section of page 342. The first word is development. Development. Noun from 1756. 1. The act, process, or result of developing. As in, development of new ideas. Also as in, an interesting development. Ooh, what has happened? If you want to learn more about the other develop words, like developing, go to the previous episode. Because that's where most of them are. The act, process, or result of developing. If you develop a thing, you have created a development. Number 2, the state of being developed, as in a project in development. It's currently in a state of development. It is being developed. There is some developing happening. This is a hard word to say if you say it a whole bunch of times. 3, a developed tract of land, especially one with houses built on it. Last night, I just watched Apollo 10.5, A Space Age Childhood. And first of all, highly recommend it. It's on Netflix. Go watch it. It's beautiful all around. But they talk about the development of subdivisions outside of Houston. And this is in the 60s when NASA was really getting going over there. And, the land was developed to build all of these houses and things. But as they say in the movie, everything was flat and uninteresting. And there's no nature, there's no stuff. So, on the one hand, it's been developed to build things, but that's all it is. I don't know. It seems kind of boring to me. The next word, developmental, adjective from 1849, 1A, of, relating to, or being development, as in developmental processes, also developmental biology. So that definition ended weirdly. of, relating to, or being development. Which one of those three development definitions, the act, process, or result of developing, the state of being developed, a developed tract of land, probably not that one. It's developing, it's developmental, there's some developing happening. Broadly, this synonym is the number 2 definition for experimental, as in developmental aircraft. They're working on it. They're developing it. They're trying to figure out what can they do? What can technology bring to this new aircraft? Can we make it nicer for the people? Can we give them more legroom? Can we get bigger TVs? Can we make it safer? That's probably the first one. Can we give them more windows? We want to see what's going on out there. 1B for developmental, serving economic development, as in developmental highways. That's going to help the economy, if literally make the highways bigger and better. Here in Chicago, we always have construction on our highways. Number 2, designed to assist growth or bring about improvement. Like what? Like a skill, improving a skill, growth of your skill, developing your skill. But the example is developmental toys. So these would probably be toys designed for little baby kiddies. And as they use the toys, they will learn about their colors and their numbers and their letters and other very important things to know as an adult. I'm often tested on what colors are which. Developmentally is an adverb. The next word is developmentally disabled. 2 words, adjective from 1975. This is a much better phrase, I think, to use than other words that some people like to use, which we prefer not to use those. I wonder if there are ones better than this even. So this is having a physical or mental disability that becomes apparent in childhood and prevents, impedes, or limits normal development. So personally, I think that I think disabled is a word that we are not really liking these days. I think maybe differently abled, because what's normal? There's normal development. That's a phrase that's in this definition. What is normal? There's no normal. You can't compare people to people because it's all normal for them. So, I think standard, average, I don't know what a better term would be, but yeah, it's all about there's a physical or mental difference that's maybe different from other people, and maybe they might not learn as quickly or physically be able to do a thing that most everybody else can do. But there's often a negative connotation that I think people put on people who are developmentally disabled. That's just the term that we're going to use here. And luckily, I think we've seen a lot of change in this. This is a phrase I say a lot. There's been a lot of change. There needs to be more change, more better change. And I can't off the top of my head think of what a better term or phrase would be, but this one was coined almost 50 years ago. So yeah, I think we've got some better phrases these days. I feel like I'm a bit developmentally disabled. I did get some testing when I was a kid. I think I may have like slight, autism and dyslexia and some sort of comprehension of words specifically. That's part of why I do this, is because it helps my brain and it helps me learn. And so yeah, we all are developmentally disabled in some form. You compare yourself to somebody else, they're going to be better in some ways, you're going to be worse in some ways, and we all have our strengths and weaknesses. Moving on. Deverbal, adjective from 1943. The synonym is deverbative, which is our next word. Deverbative, adjective from 1930. 1. Derived from a verb, as in, the deverbative noun developer is derived from develop. So there's a noun developer, and it comes from the word develop. I wonder if they consciously use these words here because they are so close to deverbative. They were just in the previous episode. So it just means it's derived from a verb. The noun is deverbative because it came from a verb. Number 2, used in derivation from a verb, as in the deverbative suffix er in developer. So because the word developer came from the verb develop, I guess the suffix is just another example of that. Oh, it means used in derivation from a verb. So what's a thing that is used to make a word from a verb? A suffix er would be an example of that. Deverbative is also a noun. I have never heard this word before. Next, floop. Divest, or just divest. Transitive verb. Okay, so this is D-E-V-E-S-T. Obviously, we're in the D-E-V section. I hope you knew that. Transitive verb from 1563. The synonym is divest. D-I-vest. This is from the Latin dis plus vestire, which starts with a V, and that means to clothe. There's more at the word vest. So vestire is to clothe, so if you put the dis before it, I guess it becomes unclothed. Maybe if you're taking off your clothes, you can say, I'm divesting or divesting. Maybe I'm taking off my vest. There goes the vest. I'm divesting the vest. Next. Deviance. I was paying so close attention to the pronunciation that I didn't even look at the word. Deviance. Noun from 1944. Deviant quality, state, or behavior. And we will learn about what a deviant is momentarily if you don't know. The next word. Deviancy. Noun from 1947. The synonym is the previous word, deviance. But deviance came first 3 years before deviancy. Interesting. I guess they were sort of interchangeable. Next. Deviant, adjective from the 15th century. Deviating, especially from an accepted norm, as in deviant behavior. What is the norm? What does everybody else do? If you don't do that, you are a deviant, which is a noun. Yeah, again, it's really just what do people want you to do? What do they expect from you? I think of like kids in school, and if somebody gets in trouble, and then they do something that's different from everybody else. But everybody is just in class trying to, I bet a lot of other kids want to do those things, but they know that they'll get in trouble. It's just that some of the other kids either don't think they'll get in trouble, or they just want the laugh, or they don't care if they get in trouble. And so they're just like, I'm just going to be a deviant. Let's do some deviating today. I'm going to deviate from the accepted norm of all these other kids. Next. This is related. Good thing it's close by. Flip, flip, bloop, bloop. Deviate. First form. Verb from circa 1633. 1. To stray, especially from a standard principle or topic. Let's veer away from all those things and deviate. 2. I will try not to deviate too much. Let's stay on track. 2. To depart from an established course or norm, as in a flight forced by weather to deviate south. This is your captain speaking. We are being forced by weather to deviate south. Next, those were all intransitive. Here is transitive. To cause, to turn out of a previous course. The synonym for all is the word swerve. Deviator is a noun, and deviatory is an adjective. This is from the Latin deviare, which my brain wants to say deviare. Deviare, which is de plus via, V-I-A, which means way, and there's more at the word way. So you're going along a way, and then you're like, let's go this other way. Let's deviate, deviare, to go another way. Next. Flip, flip, bloop, bloop, bloop. Deviate or deviate, second form, noun from 1912. One that deviates from a norm, especially a person who differs markedly from a group norm. Norm! Yeah, again, norm, the normals. What is normal? This is something that I think we all question. But I do feel like I have largely deviated from the norm. But I love my peoples who deviate from the norm. Number 2, a statistical variable that gives the deviation of another variable from a fixed value. And an example of that fixed value might be the mean, which is like the average of a thing. So this is in the math world. Next, deviate or deviate again. I think it's pronounced the same way as the previous one. This is the third form, adjective from 1929, departing significantly from the behavioral norms of a particular society, as in deviate behavior. Or I guess technically you could also say deviate behavior, but I think the first pronunciation, deviate behavior, is a bit more proper here in this context. And this doesn't have to be like going to go do something bad or illegal or anything. This is just what's different from what everybody else is doing. This is a deviate podcast. The next word. You can clearly tell this is a deviate podcast from these ridiculously messed up sounds I'm making. Deviation is next. Noun from the 15th century. One short definition, and then we have 4 sub-definitions. It is an act or instance of deviating. That's it. What's more? A. Deflection of the needle of a compass caused by local magnetic influences, as in a ship. So a ship's going down the road, and they got a compass. They're following the compass, and then I guess there's local magnetic things that might make the compass needle go wibbly wobbly, and then they're like, where are we going? B. The difference between a value in a frequency distribution. The difference between a value in a frequency distribution and a fixed number as the mean. Again, that's math. C. Departure from an established ideology or party line. Party line, there was like a whole phone thing back in the day of party lines, but how is that connected to an established ideology? Maybe it's just like their established ideology is what a lot of people think it's the kind of the common thing, and then a party line is like a whole bunch of people getting together who agree on the same thing. I'm just guessing. D for deviation. Noticeable or marked departure from accepted norms of behavior. It's very noticeable, these marked departures. Deviationism is a noun. I wonder if that's just like the belief that you should deviate from things. And maybe you would be a deviationist. That is a noun or an adjective. The last word, we have a number of definitions. It is the word device. D-E-V-I-C-E, noun from the 14th century. 1. Something devised or contrived. As 1A1, the synonyms are plan, procedure, and technique. You something devised or contrived. You have to plan it. If there's a procedure in place, you make a technique. 1A2, a scheme to deceive. Synonyms are stratagem and trick. 1B, something fanciful, elaborate, or intricate in design is a device. 1C, something as a figure of speech in a literary work designed to achieve a particular artistic effect. Has to be a literary work. What might that be? It's a device. It's a thing that they use to create a feeling or art. 1D is archaic. Synonyms are mask, which is spelled M-A-S-Q-U-E, and also spectacle. 1E, a conventional stage practice or means, as a stage whisper, used to achieve a particular dramatic effect. Again, it's kind of like the literary thing. This is a thing that they used in an artistic way to create a feeling, to create a mood, or something like that. A conventional stage practice or means used to achieve a particular dramatic effect. 1F, a piece of equipment or a mechanism designed to serve a special purpose or perform a special function, as in an electronic device. I am using an electronic device that has been created just for me, perfectly for me to record this stuff. And then again, another device called a microphone. Number 2, synonyms are desire and inclination, as in left to my own devices. What are my desires? I am left to my desires to do whatever I want to do. They are my devices. Maybe I will create a device. Maybe I will write a device. Maybe I will put on a play by myself and put in some devices, like whispers. 3, an emblematic design used especially as a heraldic bearing. Yeah, that one. Okay, we got to reread the word so we can come up with the word of the episode. We had development, developmental, developmentally disabled, deverbal, deverbative, divest, deviance, deviancy, deviant, deviate, 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 deviation, and device. This one is hard. Let's see. I'm thinking about just maybe deviate, maybe one of those words. Not necessarily deviant, which I feel like tends to have more of a negative connotation, like you're doing something bad, but more about like, oh, let's just deviate from the norms. I just very much appreciate that. The silly, the absurd, the thinky, the whatever it is. Let's all go deviate from the accepted norms, like this song is very much not normal. Yeah, let's just lean into it, right? All right, that is going to be the end of the regular part of the episode. And then just real quick, I will say again that I watched Apollo 10.5 last night, and oh boy, I really liked it. Beautiful, beautiful rotoscope animation. It's from Richard Linklater. The people at Minnow Mountain in Texas and other animation companies did the amazing animation. Really the best, most detailed rotoscope animation I've seen. They put a ton of work into this. Originally, the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences said that it was not eligible for it to be an animated film because they'd said that there was too much live action used. Rotoscope is the process of taking live action footage and then animating over it, but they appealed and they won. Richard Linklater said, no, this is animation. My animators and artists did a lot of work, and this is absolutely animation, and you are dumb for not realizing it. And so they appealed, and the Academy went back and said, yes, you're right, it is eligible to be in the animation category. So yay, good job, guys. It's also just a really good, heartwarming movie. You learn about Houston in the 60s, specifically NASA, and what it was like to grow up like a child during that time. Yeah, I really liked it. Especially if you're into like sciencey things in space and stuff. Also I watched Venom. Finally got around to seeing Venom, and it's just a fun, silly action Marvel movie. Yeah. It's good stuff. That is going to be the end of the episode. Thank you very much for listening. And until next time, this is Spencer deviating from the norm and dispensing information. Goodbye. Hello, word nerds, and welcome to the Devil episode of the Dictionary. Yes, the devil is what we will be talking about today in all of the various devilish forms. Well, no, not all of them, because there's going to be a few in tomorrow's episode as well. So there won't be all the devil words in this episode, but it will be one whole episode of all devil words. It'd be great if this was episode like 666 or something, but it definitely isn't. It's like 1300. I wonder what's 666 times 2. It might actually be close to that. 12, 13. Nah, it is surprisingly close to 666 times 2. Anyway, what else do we got to say other than the first word in this episode is devil. Devil. I guess some people pronounce it divil. Devil or divil? Who says divil? Divil the devil. This is the first form, noun, from before the 12th century. We have a number of definitions and some phrases. Okay. Number 1, for devil, often capitalized. The personal, supreme spirit of evil, often represented in Jewish and Christian belief as the tempter of humankind, the leader of all apostate angels, and the ruler of hell. It's usually used with the word the, like the devil. Also often used as an interjection, an intensive, or a generalized term of abuse, as in, what the devil is this? Also as in, the devil you say. Those are examples of interjections, intensives, and generalized terms of abuse. Although that one, the abuse one, isn't in here. Well, how would you use it as a term of abuse? You're being such a devil. That's the devil. The devil. Yeah. It would have been great to have an expert on this episode, don't you think? One who knows all about the devil. The devil comes in all different forms. Movies and TV shows have completely changed our view of what the devil is. Okay, maybe we'll talk more about that later. Number 2, for devil, an evil spirit, and the synonym is demon. 3a, an extremely wicked person, and the synonym is fiend. You fiend, you devil. You devil, you fiend, you demon. 3b is archaic, and it is a great evil. So just anything that was a whole big bunch of evil, they just called it the devil. Devil and evil. Is it surprising that devil is just evil with a D? I think that must not be a coincidence. Number 4, a person of notable energy, recklessness, and dashing spirit. Also, one who is mischievous, as in, those kids are little devils today. And every day, just those little mischievous devils running around, making everything dirty and gross and loud. 5, the synonym is fellow. And this one is usually used in the phrases poor devil or lucky devil. Oh, those are opposites. Oh, you were such a lucky devil. You got into a car accident and didn't even get hit somehow, you lucky devil. But the other person, their car got all messed up. They're a poor devil. just a fellow. Doesn't have to be a fellow, could be a lady, whatever, just a person. That's it. 6a, something very trying or provoking, as in having a devil of a time with this problem. Why in my head do I hear that like a southern accent? I'm having no, that's British. Having a hell of a time with this problem. No, oh boy, accents are hard. Why is it that I can hear it in my head but I can't say it? I'm having a devil of a time with this problem, lovey. 6b. Severe criticism or rebuke, and the synonym is hell. This is used with the word the, as in, I'll probably catch the devil for this. I will catch hell. I will catch some very severe criticism or rebuke. Well, why'd you do it if you're gonna catch the devil for this one? Ooh, the devil's coming for you. 6c. The difficult, deceptive, or problematic part of something, as in, the devil is in the details. Yeah, what does that mean? It's the difficult, deceptive, or problematic part of a thing. But the devil is in the details. It's a funny phrase, isn't it? The devil is in the details. The difficult, deceptive, or problematic part is in the details? Is that what we're trying to say? Number 7, the synonym is dust devil. Number 8, this one is used in the Christian Science religion, and it means the opposite of truth, or a belief in sin, sickness, and death. Synonyms are evil and error. Error and evil. It's the opposite of the truth. It's the false. It's the fake. One phrase is between the devil and the deep blue sea, and that means faced with two equally objectionable alternatives. Neither one is great. Also, stuck between a rock and a hard place, that would be another good phrase for the same kind of thing. It's like that version's not great and that version's not great, and they're kind of my only two options. Between the devil and the deep blue sea. The next phrase is devil to pay, and that means severe consequences. This is used with the word the, as in, there'll be the devil to pay if we're late. We don't want to pay the devil. We don't want those severe consequences, so let's not be late. It's not that hard to not be late. The devil to pay. Okay, what does the etymology say for just devil? Let's see. We got Middle English, devel, Old English, diafol, Greek, diabolos, which literally means slanderer. The diabolos is the slanderer. Also from Greek, diabalin, which means to throw across or slander. And that is from dia plus balin, which means to throw. And this is probably akin to the Sanskrit gurate, which means he lifts up. What does he lift up? Why is he lifting up? And how is that connected to the devil? He lifts up, and then he throws a thing, and then it's slandered, and that's the devil. I don't know if any of that made any sense, but that's what I said. All right, the devil. What about the devil? Let's read another devil word. Should we do a evil devil laugh? How does the devil laugh? We'll just do different things. The next word is the second form of devil. This one is the verb form. It's only transitive. Other forms are deviled or deviling, and each of those can have one or two L's. This is from 1800. 1. To season highly, as in deviled eggs. Now, I always wondered why deviled eggs were called deviled eggs, And does it literally just mean that they have lots and lots of seasonings? Is that what devil means in deviled eggs context? That doesn't seem right. I feel like there's got to be something different. Maybe we'll go to that website, put a link in the show notes to see if there's some different etymology for deviled eggs. I am curious. So basically, anytime I eat something, if I put a whole bunch of seasonings on it, it's just it's a deviled version of my dinner. 2, for the transitive verb devil, the synonyms are tease and annoy. Quit deviling me. Go away and don't devil me. My brain shut down there. Okay. The next word is devilfish. One word, noun from 1709. 1, the synonym is manta ray. 2, the synonym is octopus. But broadly, just any large cephalopod can also be called a devilfish. So, I guess some people call manta rays or octopuses, or any large cephalopods just devilfish. I don't know if there's its own thing. Is a devilfish its own species of fish? Maybe I'll have to look around a little bit, see if it's something different. But it's basically that. A manta ray, octopus, large cephalopod. Next word. Devilish. Devilish is the next one. Adjective from the 15th century. Number 1, resembling or befitting a devil. As 1a, synonyms are evil and sinister. 1b, synonyms are mischievous and roguish, as in a devilish grin. Number 2, the synonym is extreme, as in a devilish hurry. Hurry, 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 get up right here devilishly. Devilish is also an adverb. Devilishly is also an adverb, and devilishness is a noun. I didn't even realize those were sitting there waiting for me to say them. The next word, devil may care. This is 3 words with hyphens all over the place. Adjective from 1837. The synonyms are easygoing and carefree. Easygoing and carefree. I've got such a devil may care attitude. That's the example. A devil may care attitude. Easygoing and carefree. Why does this phrase be this phrase? Should we check that website for where did this phrase come from? Because it doesn't give me any etymology here. Devil may care. The devil may care about my carefree attitude, but the devil may not care. The next word, devilment. Noun from 1771. The synonym is mischief. Oh, you're getting into some devilments over there, breaking windows or something. There should be a devilment. A devilment. Double mint devilment. It's got to be a bright red mint, and it's spicy. The next word. Devilry or deviltry. Devilry, or you can put a T before the R, deviltry. Noun from the 14th century. 1a, action performed with the help of the devil. The synonym is witchcraft. Witchcraft. 1b, the synonym is wickedness. 1c, the synonym is mischief. Just the things that people, they're evil things. They get into evil things, and they're doing some devilry, witchcraft, wickedness, mischief. Number 2, an act of devilry is devilry or deviltry. The next word. That's not much of a laugh. Devil's advocate. 2 words. Noun from 1760. 1. A Roman Catholic official whose duty is to examine critically the evidence on which a demand for beatification or canonization rests. And I don't totally understand what that means. So their job is to examine evidence on which a demand for beatification, is that beatification, and canonization rests. So I guess if they're trying to do a beatification or a canonization, then this person is going to look at the evidence for why or why not. I think that's what it's saying. They are the advocate for the devil to say, well, maybe we don't want to do this, right? They're like a neutral party. Number 2, a person who champions the less accepted cause for the sake of argument. I don't know. Have you ever been in a case where somebody had said this or you said this? I have. Maybe younger people don't know it. So if you're arguing 2 things and you're kind of leaning in one direction, the devil's advocate is going to say, okay, I'm going to play devil's advocate here. Have you thought about this? What about this other option? What about that thing? Let me put it to you in terms that maybe you hadn't thought of before so you can think more objectively about both options. What about this one? I know you're leaning towards that one, but what about this one over here? It's, let's, for the sake of argument, let's argue about this a little bit more. Hello, I am the Mr. Devil's Advocate. So that's what that is. If you've heard it, didn't know what it was, that's what it is. I hope that helps. The next word. Devil's claw is next. And, okay. This is 2 words, noun from circa 1900. Any of several herbs of the southwestern U.S. and Mexico that have edible pods yielding a black sewing material used in basket making. The genus is Proboscidea, and that is that's also Matrinia of the family Matriniaceae. So it's an herb. There is a picture of 2 versions of this herb. The first one is the flower and the leaf. So it just looks kind of like, I don't know, is that a tulip, a daffodil? I think it's a daffodil maybe. And then there's some leaves. There's no color, so I don't know what color it is. But the number 2 picture, this is the dried seed pod of the devil's claw herb. And this one looks a little nasty. I'm trying to think of how to explain it. Kind of looks like a squid, but the body of the thing, well, first of all, it comes to a point, kind of like where the head would be, but the body of the thing has a bunch of spikes. It has some spikes poking off of it, and then underneath the body, there's another thing that comes to a point, looks kind of sharp, but then, most impressively, off to the sides, the left side and the right side, are these 2 big hooks, these 2 large curved appendages that come to a hook and a point. And so this thing probably grabs onto passers-by, and so the seeds can spread. And they call it devil's claw because it's clawing, it's sharp and it's grabbing on things. So I think that's why it's called the devil's claw. Ooh, the devil's gotcha. And then you're going to spread the seed, and then it will grow more devil's claws. The next word, devil's club. 2 words, noun from circa 1889. A spiny western North American shrub of the ginseng family, having large lobed leaves and stems covered with dense, sharp prickles. The species name is Oplopanax horridus. Oplopanax horridus. And maybe we will find a picture of both this devil's claw, put it on the social media, at dictionarypod is Instagram and Twitter. And then also the Devil's Club. Maybe we'll find a picture of that too. Any other ones that we need pictures of? Devilfish, maybe, but the synonyms are just other animals, so maybe we don't need to do a specific devilfish thing. Oh, but the devil. I think we'll need to post a picture of the devil in various incarnations. The pictures of the devil go back a long, long time. Trying to think. Preacher, that was a recent show that portrayed the devil. Of course, there's South Park and things that I can't even think of. How many times has the devil been portrayed? Oh, Legend. Tim Curry was the devil-ish character in Legend, which I have not seen since I was a kid. I do remember seeing it in the theater, and then during the credits or something, I ran to the front of the screen to watch the credits maybe, but then all of a sudden, the big image of Tim Curry as the devil came up on screen, and he was laughing, and I screamed and ran back to my parents. How many other, there's, what's that movie called? Is it The Devil's Advocate? Can't think of it. Lots of movies, and there is that movie just called Devil with something about the elevator. There's so many. The whole point of this, we need to reread the words. I just went off on a tangent about the devil. So today we had devil, devilfish, devilish, devil may care, devilment, devilry, devil's advocate, devil's claw, and devil's club. It's probably either going to be just devil. We have so many different versions of what that means. And the other one I was thinking about, maybe a little devilry is fun. Fun to just be a little devilish. Those are both different words. But yeah, let's just pick the devil. If some people are particularly religious and they don't like the idea of devil and evil, but there is, I'm trying to remember the actual name of it. There is some sort of group, I think it's like, I don't know if they're Satanists or something about Satan, but their rules, their tenets, their things are all very open-minded and liberal and just help your fellow human beings. Maybe if I'll find the name and I'll put a link in the show notes. It's just people think that Satanists are bad or whatever the proper name is, because there's a couple different versions and I don't remember which is which, but not necessarily. I don't know. What is that? Adam and Eve, the story of that, and it was the devil that came to them in the form of a snake, and that's the reason that they ate the apple, and then everything happened, and blah blah blah. I don't know. I never studied all that stuff, but now we just have to pick a. Well, we picked the word. Now we just have to sing a song for the word of the episode. I just heard that song, "Devil in the ground and the rising sun." Boom, boom, boom. About the devil playing the fiddle, and then I think he loses. Devil, 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 devil. That's not much of a song. I'm just saying the word, but that's perfectly fine. Devil. I don't know. I'm just trying to just make up sounds and just do the things. All right. This is probably a fine place to end this episode because I don't know where it went, but it went somewhere. It is now time for me to record the next episode. Thank you, everybody, for listening to this show. I hope that you are enjoying whatever this is. Join the Patreon, write a review, share and subscribe, and do all those things. This has been Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye. Hello, word nerds. Welcome to another episode of The Dictionary, hosted by me. And me name is Spencer. That's me. I hope you are enjoying the show. If this is the first time you are joining, just get ready. I'll read the words, read the definitions, the etymology, this synonym information if there is any, and then I will just make comments or I will explain things in other ways so that I and you can understand them better. And there are sound effects in between each word so you know when one ends and the next one begins. And, it's not always great, but sometimes it's just fantastic. I hope we have some fantasticness in this episode. The first word is devil's darning needle. 3 words, devils with apostrophe S, darning needle. Noun from 1809. Number 1, the synonym is dragonfly. Number 2, the synonym is damselfly. So either one of those insects, those flippity-flappin' flying insects, can also be called the devil's darning needle. Okay, are they pokey? Their butts stick out, I know. They're like a long... I wonder why they call it the devil's darning needle. Maybe we'll find some information in the show notes. We'll find some information and we'll put it in the show notes. That's where it goes. The next word... Oh, I got to do a sound effect. Splash. Devil's food cake. 3 words again, also with an apostrophe S on the devil's. Noun from 1905, a rich chocolate cake is a devil's food cake. Why don't they just call it devil's cake? Why is it devil's food cake? Cake is a food. Why do we need the word food in there? Devil's food cake. It's the cake for the devil's food. That's all that the devil will eat. It's so rich, it can only be good for the devil, nobody else. The next word, splash. Devil's paintbrush. 2 words, again with the apostrophe S. Noun from 1900. The synonym is orange hawkweed, but broadly it says any of various hawkweeds that are naturalized weeds in the eastern U.S. So orange hawkweed is also called devil's paintbrush. And maybe we have to post a picture so we can see if we can figure out why they call it devil's paintbrush. One can guess. The next word, splash. Devil theory. There's no apostrophe S on this one. Devil theory, 2 words. Noun from 1937, a theory of history. So that's the first part. Then there's a colon. So what is this theory of history? It is political and social crisis arise from the deliberate actions of evil or misguided leaders rather than as a natural result of conditions. So it's the idea that political and social crises arise from the deliberate actions of evil. So the problems in society and politically come from people who are doing evil things or leaders who are just misguided and maybe not doing things for the people. So the devil theory says that it's the people who are doing evil things that create political and social crises opposed to those crises coming up just naturally, just as the natural evolution of society. Can't it be both? I would think it would be both. This theory is from 85 years ago, I think, if my math is correct. So it is kind of old. A lot of things have changed since 1937. The next word, splish. Devilwood, 1 word, noun from 1818. A small tree of the olive family that is native to the southern U.S. And the species name is Osmanthus americanus. The devilwood. Well, maybe we'll post a picture of this one too, this devilwood. See, why do they call it a devilwood? Maybe we'll put a link in the show notes if there's an additional information for that. Maybe a link in the show notes for devil theory, maybe for just everything that we've come across. The next word, splitty splash splash. Devious. So no more devil words, but clearly devious, I think, is related. Devious, adjective from 1599. 1A, the synonyms are wandering and roundabout, as in a devious path. Just goes around, wandering around this path. Wandering path going round and round, it's a devious path. 1B, moving without a fixed course. The synonym is errant, E-R-R-A-N-T, as in devious breezes. I would not think that the breezes would be errant or not on a fixed course if I heard devious breezes. I would think devious breezes are there out to get ya. Maybe they're very cold and sharp. 2, the synonyms are out of the way and remote. There's no example, so just something that's out there, not easy to get to, would be devious. 3a, deviating from a right, accepted, or common course. So deviating from a right course, accepted course, or common course, as in the example, devious conduct. It's not the right conduct, it's not accepted conduct, and it's not common conduct. It's devious conduct. 3b, not straightforward, and the synonym is cunning, as in a devious politician. So they are very cunning, they're sneaky, they're wily, but they're not straightforward. I don't know if I would connect not straightforward and cunning. I do see how that works, but I think of not straightforward as being like, I don't know, less evil. Cunning has more of an evil connotation than not straightforward. That's how I see it. Another synonym for that one is deceptive. So cunning and deceptive as in a devious trick. Deviously is an adverb, and deviousness is a noun. This is from Latin devius, which is de, which means from, plus via or via, which means way. And there's more at the prefix de and the word way, so it just means from a way, it's from that way or this way. So that's why there's a lot of things about wandering, being errant, deviating from a thing. But yeah, I always think of devious as like the last one, deceptive, a devious trick. Never the other ones. The next word, sploosh. Devise is the next word. First form, transitive verb from the 13th century. 1a, to form in the mind by new combinations or applications of ideas or principles. Synonym is invent, as in devise a new strategy. Our last strategy didn't work, so we have to come up with a new one. We have to invent it. We have to devise it. New combinations or applications of ideas or principles. Let's do other combinations of those and use them in new ways for this new strategy that we have devised. 1b is archaic. Synonyms are conceive and imagine. Yeah, it's still kind of the same idea. You're coming up with an idea. You're imagining it in your head first. It's the beginning of the idea, so that's when you conceive the idea, and you're devising a thing, a plan. 1c, to plan, to obtain, or bring about. The synonym is the word plot, as in devise one's death. Plotting against them, so you're plotting a murder to kill somebody. That's devise one's death. To obtain or bring about a thing. That was the definition. To plan, to obtain, or bring about. Number 2, to give by will. And what is it that you are giving? Real estate. So when somebody dies, you are giving their real estate, or their real estate is being given to somebody else. It's compared to the word bequeath. And this word is devise. So I guess if you give real estate by will to somebody, you are devising it to them. And bequeath, I think, is the same, right? You're basically the same idea. Divisible is an adjective, and divisor is a noun. This is from the Anglo-French diviser, which means to divide or distinguish or invent, from also the Latin dividere, which means to divide. So breaking it up into pieces, dividing it, so that one makes sense for the will. You're giving things by will, so some of it goes to that person, some of it goes to that person. And then, the rest of it is just coming up with a new idea, a new plan, a new thing, and, I guess, invent. That's the other. These words have so many meanings. The Anglo-French diviser means to divide or distinguish or invent. I think those are kind of different. The next word, it's the second form of devise, noun from the 15th century. 1. The act of giving or disposing of real property by will. It's real property. Again, it's by will. When somebody dies, the will says it goes to this person. And so just the act of doing that, of passing it on, passing the devise, you're devising the devises, maybe. Number 2, a will or clause of a will disposing of real property. So the thing in the will that says this real property is going to somebody else or being tossed, that is called the devise, I guess. 3, property devised by will. The property itself is called the devise. Splash. The next word is devisee or devisee. Devisee. Noun from 1543. One to whom a devise of property is made. The devise has been devised to the devisee. Splash. The next word is devisor or devisor or devisor. Noun from 1543. One who devises property in a will. So I guess they're the one who is, would they be the lawyer? They're the one who says this goes to that person, this goes to that person, and that goes to this person. I think that might be the devisor. Next. Devitalize. Transitive verb from 1849. To deprive of life, vigor, or effectiveness. And devitalization is a noun. What happened to all the vitality of the thing? Oh, it got devitalized. Why? It had so much life and vigor and effectiveness. It was really, really effective. Well, we had to devitalize it for some reason. The next word. Splash. I don't know what a splash sound effect is. The next word is devitrify. Devitrify. Transitive verb from 1832. To deprive of glassy luster and transparency, especially to change from a vitreous to a crystalline condition. And the example of the thing that is changing is a glass. So, to change a glass from a vitreous to a crystalline condition, how do you do that to a glass? Do you break it? Do you melt it? What is happening here? But you are depriving it of its glassy luster or transparency. So maybe, depriving of the luster or the transparency. So maybe it's dirtying it up? Maybe it's making it opaque? Devitrify. It doesn't help when you don't really know what vitrify means or vitreous. Devitrification is a noun. This is just from the French devitrifier, which is from de plus vitrifier, which means to vitrify. And just don't quite know what that means, and this context isn't really helping. To deprive of glassy luster and transparency. The only thing I can think of is that it means it's just dirty or more opaque. The next word, devocalize, transitive verb from 1877, and the synonym is devoice. And our next word is devoice. Devoice. It's like I'm using my voice, but I'm not using my voice, so I have been devoiced. This one is a transitive verb from 1932. To pronounce without vibration of the vocal cords. And the example, to pronounce as a sometimes or formerly voiced sound. To pronounce as a sometimes or formerly voiced sound without vibration of the vocal cords. Would a whisper be devoicing? I can still talk to you, but I don't think my vocal cords are actually moving. They're not vibrating. Are they? I don't think so. But if I talk like this, then yes, the vocal cords are vibrating. I still don't understand this thing. Sometimes or formerly voiced sound. I guess that you go from your normal voice to a whisper. That would be if it's a formerly voiced sound, because now it's a whisper. Devoice. That's an I wonder what context you use this in. The next word. Splash. Devoid. Devoid. Adjective from the 15th century. Being without a usual, typical, or expected attribute or accompaniment. And this is used with the word of, as in, an argument devoid of sense. There was no usual, typical, or expected attribute or accompaniment. So there was no sense in this argument. Also as in, a landscape devoid of life. There's just none of the usual, typical life there. It's all devoid. This is from Anglo-French, des voider, which is des or dis plus voider, which means to empty. So emptying of a thing, it has been devoided. There's more at the word void. Next word, splash. Devoir. Devoir or devoir. Devoir. Noun from the 14th century. Number 1, the synonyms are duty and responsibility. What is your devoir? Well, my devoir is to read this book to you, and your devoir is to listen and download and write a review and share it with your friends. Number 2, a usually formal act of civility or respect is also a devoir. This is from the Anglo-French, devoir or devoir, which means to owe or be obliged. So you owe, and also the Latin debere, there's more at the word debt. So maybe you owe a debt, you are obliged to do a thing. It is your duty or responsibility, and you will get much respect. A formal act of respect. It's a devoir. There is one more word for this episode. Devolution or devolution. It's the word evolution with a D at the beginning. This is a noun from 1545. 1. Transference, as of rights, powers, property, or responsibility, to another. Transference to another. And then those are the examples. You can be transferring rights, powers, property, or responsibility. Especially the surrender of powers to local authorities by a central government. Devolution. I guess they're taking away the rights, powers, property, responsibility. So it's devolving from one thing to another. Number 2, retrograde evolution, and the synonym is degeneration. Devolutionary or devolutionary, that is an adjective, and devolutionist or devolutionist, that is a noun. Well, there's not really any etymology, but we are going to get a little bit related in the next episode because the first word there is devolve. So we'll learn about that when we get there. So what were the words that we had? We had devil's darning needle, devil's food cake, devil's paintbrush, devil theory, devilwood, devious, devise, devisee, devisor, devitalize, devitrify, devocalize, devoice, devoid, devoir, and devolution. Which one do we think is the most important one for this episode? Well, there is a strong contender with devil's food cake. Can't go wrong with that one. There was also, I guess devoice was kind of an interesting one because I just find the idea, if it's not a whisper, I am a little fascinated by what devoice is. But, yeah, I think we just have to pick devil's food cake, don't we? Yeah, we do. Devil's food cake is the devil's favorite cake. It's a devil's food cake. It's a rich chocolate cake, right? It's chocolate, right? Yes. A rich chocolate cake. The devil loves rich chocolate cake. It's so rich, only the devil can handle it. It's the devil's food cake. All right, I think that's fine. Place to end. Thank you very much for listening to this podcast. Do all the things that you're supposed to do. Find the contact information in the show notes if you want to contact me in any way whatsoever. Or if you like the music from Tom and Jonah, the intro, outro music, go hit them up. See if they can make you a song or something. Yeah. Let's see. Have I been watching anything new? No, I've been chugging away at the 6th season of Big Mouth. It is a very good, funny, educational show, but it's not appropriate for the people that need to watch it and learn from it. Mostly it's adults who kind of already know the stuff that the show is talking about, but maybe they're learning some things too. I would hope so. All right, that's going to be the end of this episode. Thank you very much for listening, and until next time, this is Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye. Hello, word nerds. Welcome to the dictionary. Okay, please, if you like this show, share it and subscribe to it on all of the different podcast platforms that you can even find. Go ahead and write a review, give it a rating, whatever stars you think are fair. You can talk about what you think about the show. You can write about what your favorite word is in English or any other language. Anything like that is perfectly fine by me. I just want to know what you got to say. Let's see, you can email me, dictionarypod@gmail.com. You can follow this show on social media, Twitter and Instagram @dictionarypod. Personal is @spejampar, SPEJAMPAR. That is the handle that you will use if you want to look at my silly little TikTok videos, which are all less than a minute. Very short with silly faces. You can follow me and this show on YouTube, also @spejampar. There's a Google Voice number if you want to call it and leave a message, 917-727-5757. I think I got that right. Of course, all of this is in the show notes. And there's a Patreon. If you want to give me a little bit of money each month, you can get episodes early, and there are some exclusives. And then if there's a video portion with a guest, that'll probably be up there as well. And if you want to buy some merchandise with this show's logo or a couple other things that I've made, you can go to the TeePublic store. The link is in the show notes. All right, I think that's enough for that part of the show. Let's get on to the words. The first word in this episode is devolve. You could say devolve, devolve, or devolve. But the second syllable is always emphasized, devolve. Devolve. Verb from the 15th century, starting with transitive. To pass on from one person or entity to another. And what might be passing on? You're going to pass on something. You're passing on responsibility, rights, or powers from one person or entity to another, as in devolving to Western Europe full responsibility for its own defense. And that is a quote from Christopher Lane, Lane. So I wonder, this was probably either World War I or World War II. I'm not entirely sure. Western Europe, own defense. They're defending against something. I think either one of those would probably make sense. What I don't know is, do you pronounce this word differently for this definition? Is it devolve? I don't think it matters. Usually, if there's a separate pronunciation, they'll actually put it there. And they did not. So I guess then they just get what they get. That was the only transitive definition. So here is intransitive. 1A. To pass by transmission or succession. So similar idea to the other one, but this is intransitive instead of transitive. There's an example. The estate devolved on a distant cousin. So what exactly is that meaning? So to pass by transmission or succession. So I think what it's saying is that the distant cousin was given something by succession to pass. Now, that can mean different things. To pass by transmission. I think it's passing something from one person to another or estate to another estate. But it is a little confusing. And then the example is also confusing. The estate devolved on a distant cousin. Did they pass the cousin or did they pass something to the cousin? I think it's the second one. Maybe this one will help. 1B. To fall or be passed, usually as a responsibility or obligation, as in, the responsibility for breadwinning has devolved increasingly upon women. And that is a quote from Barbara Ehrenreich. So, to fall or be passed, usually as responsibility or obligation, that's what this word is about. It's about something gets passed on from one thing to another thing, and that new thing has the responsibility or the obligation to hold it, take care of it, love it, caress it, hug it, whatever it is, it's their responsibility. Yes, this example is true. For whatever reasons, of a whole variety of reasons, if we want to talk about this briefly, the responsibility of breadwinning kind of has, it's often equal between two partners. If we're talking about a male-female relationship, it was often the man who was the breadwinner. And then, now we're living in a time where both people need to have jobs and often make probably, hopefully, similar money. But then for maybe a lot of people, the woman is now the breadwinner, and then the man is maybe a stay-at-home dad. So, there's no right or wrong way to do this. You just got to figure out what's right for you and the adults and children in your life. Okay, that was number 1A, and 1B. Here is number 2. To come by, or as if by, flowing down. As in, his allegedly subversive campaigns devolve from his belief in basic American rights. And that is a quote from Frank Deford. Which one is it? Deford. So we're not talking about Frank, but Frank wrote this about somebody else. So to come by, or as if by flowing down. So what is flowing down? Devolved from his belief in basic American rights, allegedly subversive campaigns. So because he believed in these basic American rights, he then made these subversive campaigns, I guess. Yeah, this word it's a little, I don't think I've really heard it used in any of these contexts. I think I've heard it used more in, well, let's see what number 3 is. Maybe it's this one. To degenerate through a gradual change or evolution, as in, where order devolves into chaos. And that is from Johns Hopkins Magazine. What were they talking about? Order devolves into chaos? This is definitely the one that I have heard used for devolve. These other ones, not so much. Not for me. This is from the Latin devolvere, which is from de plus volvere, which means to roll, R-O-L-L. What are we rolling here? And then there's more at the word voluble. So what happens to volvere, to roll, when you put in the de? Maybe it's to roll down, because we saw that a lot here. There's flowing down, and a thing goes from, in what is this? In the estate thing, it goes from one person to another, which is usually down in age at least, or something. So I guess that's what that is. And yes, the word evolve is in there. So if something devolves, it's going to, I guess, go more towards chaos, because that's what we saw here in the definition. But it could also mean just sort of like a backtracking, like you're on this evolutionary path, and then whatever this thing can maybe go backwards in, not literally backwards in time, but maybe it's like, oh, well, let's go, I don't know, I can't think of a good example. When I think of evolution, I just always think of animals evolving, but they don't usually devolve. I mean, I guess technically it's possible that over millions of years, a species could devolve to have a feature that they had in the past, but it's still technically evolution. It's not devolving backwards. Anyway, that was a whole extra tangent that we didn't need. Okay, we have to move on to the next word, and the sound effect will be, I had a thought in the beginning before I recorded, and now I don't remember what it was. Whoop! We'll do that. The next word is Devon. D-E-V-O-N. Noun from 1834. This is often capitalized, and it is any of an English breed of vigorous red cattle used for meat and milk. Oh, they're so vigorous. Why are these cattle vigorous? How are they vigorous? Do we even want to ask that question? I'm not so sure, but they're vigorous red cattle. We'll have to post a picture of a Devon cattle on social media. They're just named after Devon, England, so I guess that's where the cattle live. The next word, whoop, it's Devon again. This one definitely has the capital D, and it is an abbreviation for Devonshire, which is not in the book here. Not exactly. Devonshire. I think that's just a town or a region. I think we had that not that long ago. So it gets abbreviated to just Devon, which is also the name of something in England. So that's not confusing at all. The next word. Whoop! Devonian. With a capital D, adjective from 1612, 1, of or relating to Devonshire, England. If it's there, it's Devonian. I would think that it would also be anything related to Devon, England, would be Devonian, but maybe they have a different term for that. Number 2, of, relating to, or being the period of the Paleozoic era between the Silurian and the Mississippian, or the corresponding system of rocks. And it says to see the geologic timetable. That's where we're going to learn all about all these different eras and smaller eras and periods and things like that. I have heard of this. I wouldn't have been able to tell you what it is, when it is, where it is, anything like that, but I know that it's an old era. Devonian it's the same word. It's also a noun. And again, this is from Devon, England. So there must have been something in the rocks over there that made them say, well, we're going to call this time period Devon. This is maybe the first place we have seen this time period shown in the rock, what's the word I'm looking for? The rock timetable, the rock thing, the rocks, just the rocks. So Devon, England got to name it Devonian. The next word, Devon Rex. 2 words with a capital D. This is a noun from 1972. Any of a breed of large-eared cats having a very short, wavy, or curly coat with sparse guard hairs. And I obviously, we have to post a picture of a Devon Rex onto the social media so we can see what these cats look like. And 1972, that seems kind of recent. Again, it's named after Devon, England. So this must have been the first place where they bred these cats. I wonder how big their ears are. It says large ears. Oh, can't wait to see you, Devon Rex. The next word. Devonshire cream. Now, we don't have Devonshire in here, but we do have the cream that comes from Devonshire. Yes, it is 2 words, and it is pronounced Devonshire. Shire or sure, not shire. That's not how you say this word. Noun. From 1791, the synonym is clotted cream. Clotted cream. Is this related at all to, like, blood sausage or something like that? The word clotted kind of freaks me out a little bit. I don't want to eat anything that is clotted. Let's see. I went back to the page where that should be. Clotted cream. What is it? It's a thick cream made chiefly in England by slowly heating whole milk on which the cream has been allowed to. So it's just dairy cream that has been cooked, and so it's clotted. Maybe it's like a cottage cheesy, kind of like that. And I have to imagine this was made originally in Devonshire, England. Doesn't say, I assume. The next word. Devote or devote. This is a transitive verb from 1586. 1. To commit by a solemn act, as in devoted herself to serving God. She's very devoted. She is committed. And when you are very committed, you are devoted. That's what it is. Number 2, I am devoted to this podcast, and I hope you are too. 2, to give over or direct to a cause, enterprise, or activity. And the things that you might be giving over or directing are time, money, or effort. So if you're putting any time into a thing or giving money to a thing or putting some sort of physical effort or mental effort into a cause, enterprise, or activity, you are devoting yourself to that thing. And I think more of us need to devote things that are not specifically for ourselves, because a lot of people need some help, like Habitat for Humanity, for instance. That's a good thing to devote yourself to. Jimmy Carter is in his 90s. I think he's like 96 or 97, and I think he is still working for Habitat for Humanity. His service to his country has exceeded anybody else I can think of. Devotement is a noun. This is from the Latin devolvere. There's two V's in there, which are pronounced like W's in Latin. Devolvere, which is from de, plus volere, which means to vow. So if you vow very strongly, you are devoting. And we have some synonym information for devote. Devote, dedicate, consecrate, and hallow, Hallow. Those words mean to set apart for a special and often higher end. Setting something aside for something very special. Devote is likely to imply compelling motives and often attachment to an objective, as in, devoted his evenings to study. Many of my evenings are devoted to movies. Dedicate implies solemn and exclusive devotion to a sacred or serious use or purpose, as in, dedicated her life to medical research. It's also, I guess, a pretty good thing to do. It's not as important as movies, but, medical research, I guess it's done some useful things. Consecrate stresses investment with a solemn or sacred quality, as in, consecrate a church to the worship of God. Hallow, often differing little from dedicate or consecrate, may indistinctively imply an attribution of intrinsic sanctity, as in, battlegrounds hallowed by the blood of patriots. I've heard, what's that phrase, like hallowed grounds, so yeah, they're very important, and I guess it has intrinsic sanctity. There's some specialness to it. Okay, that was everything for devote. Let's move on to the next word. Devoted. Very similar. Adjective from 1586, same year as the last one. Characterized by loyalty and devotion, as in a devoted fan. Also as in, he is devoted to her. If you are friends in a relationship, a partnership, or whatever it is to any other person, you probably should be devoted to them. And so you can work together in the best way possible to do whatever it is that you want to do. Devoted fan. I'm a devoted fan to lots of things. There are some people I know who are devoted to pretty much just one or two things, and so they are extremely devoted. They are devoted fanatics. Devotedly is an adverb, and devotedness is a noun. And I am, like I said before, devoted to this podcast. I am going to try very hard to actually finish this whole thing. Let's see if it happens. Pew! Devotee is next. Now, wait a minute. You can pronounce it devotee, devotee, devotee. So there's de, and then devotee. And then you can also pronounce the last syllable te. Devotee, devotee, devotee. All those different ways. There's two E's at the end. Noun from 1645. An ardent follower, supporter, or enthusiast. And the example of what you are enthusiastic about might be religion, an art form, or sport. I guess those are the only options. You can't be devoted to anything else but those. I will add one more. You can be devoted. You can be a devotee of this podcast. And if you truly were a devotee, you would join the Patreon. Yes, you would. That's how this works. The next word. Whip. devotion. This is a noun from the 13th century. 1a, religious fervor. And the synonym is piety. Piety. You have a lot of fervor for the religion, and so that is your devotion. That's one of the examples. You would be a devotee of religion. You are devoted, and you devote your life to religion. 1b, an act of prayer or private worship. And this is usually used in plural, so those would be your devotions. So when you're doing your prayer or worshiping privately, it's a devotions. Those are devotions. It's a devotions. Have you done your devotions? Do your devotions. 1c, still in the religious world for this part, a religious exercise or practice other than the regular corporate worship of a congregation. So I guess if you go to church regularly, but then you do some things separately away from church or whatever your congregation is, that would also be your devotion because you're being devoted to your religion in your free time. 2a, the act of devoting, as in devotion of time and energy. This, I guess right now, is my time of devotion for this podcast. 2b, the fact or state of being ardently dedicated and loyal, as in her devotion to the cause. Again, very dedicated to the cause, so she has lots of devotion. There's another example, filial devotion. Filial, I feel like I have heard this word. Do we want to go check? I'll just do a quick little check. I won't tell you exactly what it says because that would be cheating on this whole thing about doing this in order. We can't do that, even though we have done it in the past. But I do feel like, just for my own sake, I need to get some concept of what this is, so then maybe I can tell you. And finally getting close. Filial. All right, we're in the right page. Now we just got to find it. I feel like it's not something about a horse, is it? There's a filly. Here we go. It's basically about a kid. Yes. So filial devotion would be, I guess, devotion to your children, possibly. Number 3 is obsolete. It is the object of one's devotion. So, I guess if you have devotion to this podcast would be the devotion, but it's obsolete, so you can't say that, but yes, you can. A synonym for all of this stuff is fidelity. Okay, we have one more word for this episode, 2 forms. Devotional. Devotional. Adjective from 1648. Of, relating to, or characterized by devotion, as in devotional literature. So, what exactly is this? It's characterized by devotion, but devotion to what? Is it you're devoted to the literature, or the literature is written and it's devoted to something else? Maybe the topic of the literature is all about a certain topic, so you are devoted. I'm not getting enough information to fully understand this. The examples help, but that's all I got. Devotionally is an adverb. And the very last one, devotional again, noun from 1659, the second form. It is a short worship service. Is a devotional. You are there to show your devotion to your religion during this worship service. Okie dokie. So that means it is time to pick a word of the episode. We had devolve, Devon, Devon, Devonian, Devon Rex, Devonshire cream, devote, devoted, devotee, devotion, devotional, and devotional. I think, let's see, I think I'm going to pick devoted as the word of the episode because I think it is good to be devoted to a thing. If you feel strongly about a thing, you should put some time and energy into that thing. Let's see. Find a thing that you love and go be devoted to it. That is the song about devoted. I don't know. It's been a long day. I think my voice is all messed up. So I'm not singing so great. But nobody cares about that. Everybody cares that this episode is over, and it was a grand old time, and there will be more tomorrow. That is the end of the episode. Thank you for being devoted to me and this for all this time, and go find some other people who can be devoted to it as well. This has been Spencer dispensing information. Goodbye.